The story of the main character named Aryak started when his group kicked him out of their lineup. The blonde-haired guy mockingly poked his finger at him and told him that he was completely useless. It seemed like the hero didn't mind leaving their group at all, but he wasn't sure if the guys could do without him and asked them a question. The main character's name was Aryak Mahama, who was 18 years old. He was an adventurer of the kingdom of Grunheim. It was more accurate to say that he was one. The hero didn't see it as a problem if the boys wanted to go on without him. The blonde was furious that the Aryak was doing them a favor as well. Surely he should have realized what that meant, since he was in the group of a hero named Vivia from the kingdom of Grunheim. That blonde-haired guy was the one named Vivia. He said that he was already one step away from killing a demon lord with a holy sword class. Everyone in the group called him a hero. The girl in their group agreed that Vivia was telling the truth. Another dark-haired man that stood behind her agreed. This dark-haired woman was a fighter named Tyria. She had amazing abilities and was able to fight without any defense at all, using her unique skills that strengthened her body. She said that the Aryak was from the same village as them, so they took him to carry their luggage with them out of friendship. A dark-haired, muscular man named Elgar agreed with her. Elgar was the shield of the kingdom, had unimaginable strength, and his giant defense skill made his body as impenetrable as steel. The blonde-haired low-grown girl named Pupera suggested that the hero should just accept the fact that he really was useless trash. It was said that she was the trump card of humanity, and she had the power of 10,000 demon lords, and her skill was Archmage. Vivia was glad that everyone agreed with him, and asked the guy to tell them one last thing. The hero gathered his pouch as if nothing had happened and said he had to go now, so he said goodbye to the group. Vivia was shocked that the Aryak apparently didn't care, and asked to listen to him for a bit. Another girl from the squad intervened in their conversation and asked if he was really leaving. The girl named Alicia looked at the boy with a sad look. She had known for a long time that this would happen, for the Lord had told her this news. This girl was a great saint. Her healing skills were simply amazing. Thanks to them and her divine beauty, she had become famous not only in the kingdom, but all over the world. Vivia smirked and pointed two fingers at the hero, saying that even Alicia had the same opinion of him. In fact, the Aryak realized that she too wanted to get the hell out of that jerk's group. Alicia looked sadly at the hero, but as soon as she caught his gaze, she looked away. She and he were the only ones who hated this whole company. The Aryak had no ideas for her, but since they had known each other for a long time, he might be able to get her with him. For as long as the hero remembered her, she always followed him everywhere. She was so shy, she was afraid to even say a word. Now she was different. Their whole group was from the same village called Latanda. The boys had known each other since childhood, and that was why they traveled in the same group. But Aryak didn't know why they treated him the way they did, though he himself didn't know why he was with them. Aryak reminded Vivia that he had already been expelled, and didn't understand why it stuck to him. He asked just to let him leave already. Vivia was surprised that the hero wasn't even interested in the reason for his expulsion. The guy continued to mock the Aryak, and said that he didn't even have a unique skill. He didn't know how to use attack magic, or he didn't know how to use defense magic. All he knew how to do was only support magic and getting rid of poison. Tyria said that without the necessary skills, he would only be a hindrance under their feet, and in a battle with a demon lord's army, he would be the first to die. Pupera also accused them of giving him false information. Last time he spoke of some trap that didn't exist. Aryak agreed that he had no skills, but that was no reason to rule him out. The hero replied that he understood them perfectly, but he wanted to say a few words to them before he left. The first thing he wanted to say was about his skills. Alicia approached the hero and asked him to just leave. She felt that he didn't need to ruin this group with his charms. Aryak agreed with her though, and understood her warning. Vivia laughed at the top of his voice, and said that even Alicia didn't want to see him. He grabbed the guy by his shirt, and suggested that he should get the hell out of here already. For the last time, he wanted to show the hero how pathetic he was. But the Aryak turned out to be quite cold-blooded, and only said that he understood him long ago. The hero calmly pushed the pompous Vivian away from him, and wanted to say a few words to him. Vivia, according to him, always used healing water of poor quality, and took the normal one for himself. He also had it in blue vials. That was all the hero had. Tyria frowned and asked the others for their opinions. Vivia moved to insults and threatened the Aryak. He wanted the Aryak to answer for his words, but when he turned his head, the Aryak was gone. Vivia didn't realize where he had disappeared to. All he had to do was curse the Aryak to the entire forest. On that note, the hero left the group. It appeared that their saint had visions of him leaving the group. So she still decided, no matter what, to choose her childhood friends to protect them. The moment he left, the hero decided that he didn't care about them all. After a while, the guy found himself in the thickest part of the forest. There he tried to go forward and finally find a way out. Aryak didn't know how long he would walk, but there was no end in sight in this forest. He decided to head to a town called Ordy. The hero had been there, and knew that it was a nice little town. Plus the people there were pretty friendly too. Since he had nothing else to do, it would be nice to settle down there. He looked up at the tall trees, and then went to the stream to wash his hands. Aryak glanced at his compass, and raised it toward the sun. He knew it would take about a month to get to this town. At least traveling alone though, he knew exactly what he would need out of his belongings. He didn't have to carry a mountain of junk. Aryak wondered how Vivia and the others were doing now. All of their inventory was usually only taken care of by Aryak. They were suffering right now anyway, and they didn't know how to use maps. On the way out, the Aryak decided to stop thinking about them, and sent them away. Seeing a light nearby, the Aryak couldn't even believe that he had managed to get out of the forest. The hero stepped out onto a cliff where the blinding sun was beating into his eyes. Aryak got used to the sunlight, then stretched out his palm to the birds flying in the sky. He didn't even know what to say now, but traveling alone was so much better. He remembered the annoying request he had received from God in his dreams. Back then, the little boy had no sooner woken up than someone had called out to him. A certain hooded old man answered the boy that he would need to help his childhood friends until the right time came. Aryak did not realize who it was, and called the stranger an old man. The old man was God, so he ordered him not to dare speak to him like that. He explained to Aryak that his purpose was to help Vivia until his time came. Aryak did not want to do that, and asked to get behind him. The god didn't know what he was talking about and warned that if he didn't help them, those poor souls would die before they reached adulthood. Only now did the Aryak realize that this stupid old man was just taking advantage of his kindness. But if he was already up to the task, that was fine. Aryak was annoyed with his group after all. He decided to test the skill he got from God, which was called backup. He gained weapon and armor enhancement, time acceleration and time dilation, and recovery enhancement. All of these skills were very much needed in the dungeon. His own unique skill allowed him to use all these skills. He never fought in front. One could say that Aryak was in the shadow of his group all the time. Usually, those who wanted to see their status used the unique evaluation skill. But on and Hero, this skill didn't work properly for some reason, because you always had to list all of his skills. For everyone, it looked like he just had a bunch of useless skills. In order not to show anyone his real power, Aryak used the skill of concealment to hide his skills that reached a certain level. He could do everything, but no one would know that. It was not necessary for them to know that he had such a skill. But the Aryak never thought that they would just take him and kick him out. But on the other hand, he couldn't show his true strength to Vivia and the others. He needed to stop thinking about it, because he was no longer with them. The hero was no longer a member of their group. They hated him now, but the Aryak thought he had done a good job looking out for them and protecting them. The hero suggested that he may have been overprotective of them. When they kicked him out, he was told off as if children were told off by their parents during their transitional years. Vivia was constantly gagging him. Aryak decided he needed to let them go after all. They were on their own now, and he should have been glad to be free of that damn request. They were already able to take care of themselves. Suddenly a voice was heard in the hero's head asking for help. The voice was asking for help, but Aryak didn't understand what was going on. He could be spoken to even though he had a magical wall installed. He couldn't believe that someone was able to get through it. The hero asked to speak and asked if it was really a person. The voice replied that it would give him an answer after it got his help. The voice said that he had a curse on him that could not be broken, so he asked to kill him. The hero didn't understand what the sudden request was for. First he asked for help, and now he was asking to kill him. Aryak didn't want to do that and offered to find someone else. The voice begged him to wait a little longer. He wanted to die before he lost the pride of his dragon kind. The hero apologized and said he couldn't do it, so he said goodbye to the stranger. Aryak pondered the stranger's words. Now he didn't believe him even more, as dragons were too proud a species to ask for help. And yet, despite this, someone's voice was pleading with him. It seemed to the boy that the voice was rather pitiful. He apologized and replied that the request was too much for him to bear. He couldn't just take the life of someone he barely knew. With those words, he picked up his duffel bag. If the voice had simply asked for help instead of pleading, things would probably have been different. In this case, the stranger asked at least just to help him. That request stopped the Aryak in his tracks. He smirked and thought he should have said so right away. He thought he should have made it so she wouldn't have to use her remaining mana to contact him. Apparently the dragon girl had contacted him, and the hero didn't think she was lying. He needed to find where her voice was coming from. Aryak walked to the edge of the cliff and found the source before jumping back into the thicket from a great height. A couple seconds and the hero landed back in the forest. Even though he had strengthened his body, his clothes were still getting stuck in some places. Even the leaves in his mouth would be at the same rate of travel. The hero had never been so active before, plus he had torn his clothes. As he walked forward, the rustling of leaves was heard behind the Aryak. While the Aryak was thinking about the road, a huge centipede suddenly attacked him from behind. At the moment of the attack, a large seal appeared on the Aryak's back, preventing it from approaching him. Since the hero had an insect-repelling skill, it was better to use it. The hero wasn't sure if he should have trusted the dragon. When dragons lost to humans, they would submit to them, recognizing their strength. That's why it was hard for the guy to believe that they could even ask for help. Otherwise, the dragons would have to accept that the human was stronger than them. Besides the dragon, there was someone there who might have had plans for the Aryak. After a while, the lad got close to a large cliff that had a door in the rock. Apparently, the voice came from here. There was a barrier here, and it looked like it had been weakened quite a bit by the earthquake. Especially if you looked around, you could see a lot of dead bodies. Perhaps these men were thieves. They wanted to break in to find the valuables, but they couldn't. The hero wondered if he should have forced his way in, though it was better not to. If he did that, he could break everything here. Barely thinking about it, the Aryak realized that this place was already pissing him off. First, he needed to clean it up and then move on. As the Aryak thought about his actions, a man appeared behind him. He smirked and said that Aryak didn't need to hurry. Aryak turned around and noticed the same man who was handling the corpses of people. Aryak realized that he had the power to control tendrils. Apparently, he had a necromancy stone. The scary and shabby-looking man said he had been using it ever since he found it. He was very lucky, as he didn't need to do any more stealing. He could just make zombies attack other people. Aryak was curious to know what it was like for a man like him to use such sneaky tricks. Those words clearly caught the bandit's eye and made him furious. He pointed his undead at the lad and ordered him to prepare to join them as a corpse. The man was jubilant and thought that he was very lucky, as he would be able to control all these zombies, which was not the case with the Aryak. The bandit was sure that his mob of zombies had turned the Aryak into mincemeat. Aryak only silently conjured a large pentagram seal over his head. He hoped his opponent had finished speaking and ordered him to disappear. Aryak unleashed his recovery skill on the corpses of humans. His seal began to strike the undead with lightning, causing the corpses to burn to ashes. The man couldn't believe his eyes and didn't understand how this was possible. The bandit didn't realize who was standing in front of him and asked the guy a question. Aryak smirked and said that he was just someone who had been banished from the hero's group. All he was good for was carrying luggage. The hero hoped the bandit understood him. This guy was clearly not normal. The man explained that it couldn't be. He couldn't believe that a simple porter had such strong attack magic. The hero replied that it wasn't attack magic, it was just ordinary restoration. It restores things to their original form, and the zombies were corpses. Eventually, these corpses turned to dust. The bandit explained that he had never heard of such a thing before. Before he could say this, one of the corpses grabbed his arm. The zombie pulled the man down, and he fell to the ground. Aryak warned him to be careful. Those that hadn't turned to dust yet would be trying to find a new body, hence why they might have attacked the host. The bandit ordered his army to stand and stay away from him. Aryak replied that there was only one fate for him now, to be eaten alive. He thought that was an excellent fate for someone who used the necromancy stone and asked the man for his opinion. Aryak coldly replied that he played with the corpses as he wished, turning them into zombies. He should have foreseen and expected such a fate. At the bandit's horrified screams, the hero apologized to him, but he didn't care for him. With those words, he said goodbye and walked on. The hero looked up and thought about how to get through the barrier. The boy looked at the crevice in the wall and thought, perhaps there is some kind of dungeon behind this rubble. The guy decided not to wait and find out. Aryak used the skill of metamorphosis. This skill allowed him to change his body at will. With the help of magic, the hero turned himself into a small mole. The guy examined his little body and his clawed paws. Since he had good claws, he could try to dig his way out. Aryak quickly made a dig and snuck underground. A few minutes later, his small head appeared on the surface. The hero quickly looked around and thought it was okay, because he had made it inside. It was now possible to regain his original appearance. It was normal for the barriers to not affect the ground dot, and no one would dig such a huge hole under such a huge gate. But apparently, no one thought that anyone could become a mole and crawl through here. The barrier maker was too inconsiderate. This was a serious hole in his barrier's defense. The guy activated his light magic and decided to scout the situation. He noticed that it was quite spacious inside. He was curious to know if the barrier was affecting the inside of this dungeon. This dungeon was not like one that an average level adventurer could pass through. In this world, adventurers had ranks. Any adventurer would start at rank E and rise to S. Their rank was determined by their characteristics and the monsters they defeated. Most of the people were rank B and below. It was said that adventurers of rank A could match the strength of the demon lord himself. Only a small fraction of people were of rank S. The hero Vivia and the holy maiden Alicia could be attributed to such people. As for Aryak, he was currently a TS rank. It was the most common super average rank. It was both false and not at the same time. The hero believed that this system was full of holes as well. They put too much emphasis on attack power and defeating monsters, but they didn't evaluate other important skills and abilities that were useful in battle as well. Not that Aryak minded his rank, but still, they could use a couple changes to this system. The boy stopped near the stone gargoyles, which looked rather ominous. Aryak immediately realized what was going on and activated his magic seal. As soon as he passed the gargoyles, they immediately revealed the intruder. The eyes of the statues flashed with a bright light, and Aryak stopped. The large gargoyles came to life and rose from their knees. They saw a red man who was dangerous, and they needed to destroy him. Aryak didn't understand why they called him Red, but since the guards were blocking his path, there was something valuable or someone important in there. One of the gargoyles called the man stupid. He shouted that he should be destroyed, and 2 gargoyles attacked the guy. Judging from their speed, they were around level 60. They were strong enough to destroy some small country, but Aryak was in a different situation. After getting close enough to the guy, the gargoyle suddenly crashed into a wall of ice. The guy explained that he had activated an atmosphere control skill and made the air turn into a wall. One of the demonic gargoyles warned that he shouldn't have considered them weak. The ice wall began to crack under his clawed hands. The wall soon collapsed when the gargoyle slammed his fist into it with all his might. He called the Aryak a pathetic human. The hero was impressed by such strength of his enemy and covered himself with his hands from the flying shards of the wall. The gargoyle broke through so much compressed air. This meant that he was truly strong. The enemy was directly in front of the Aryak's face. A third gargoyle also joined the attack. Together, the 3 opponents slammed their fists into the Aryak, but the guy tried to block their blows with his hands and covered his face. When the hero was immobilized, one of the gargoyles exclaimed that they had him. They thought that for a human, he fought pretty well. But when the monster's attack was about to hit the hero, the space around them began to warp for some reason. Soon the enemies noticed that the hero had disappeared. Aryak laughed as he found himself behind the enemy. He couldn't believe they had fallen into such a simple trap. The gargoyle turned his head, not realizing when Aryak had time to do this. Before it could ask a question, the hero cut off its head with his bare hand. The head of one of the gargoyles flew to the ground. His other opponent wanted to know who he was, for Aryak had defeated one of their guards quite easily. They said they were impossible to defeat, but now something had happened to them. The hero asked them to stop looking down on the humans, thinking themselves stronger than them. Aryak offered the guard to open the door for him in that case, but he refused. The guy said that he was just a useless puppet. Such words angered the gargoyle. He attacked the hero with fists and ordered him not to call him that. Aryak reached forward and stopped the monster. A blinding ball of light began to emanate from his palm. The hero explained that during the first attack, he had used a skill shielding them and walked away, and the guards didn't even notice it. He then attacked the skill to attack his partner. Using the damage reflection skill, the hero was able to transfer all of the enemy's damage to him. Because of that, he didn't even do anything special. Nevertheless, he had something to say to these guards. The guy pointed his finger at the gargoyle and said that they were too easy to read, so he could say goodbye to them. When the smoke in front of the Aryak cleared, the gargoyles were gone. The hero walked on, thinking of what awaited him ahead. On his way in the corridor, he came across a door that was sealed with a magical seal. Before entering, the boy simply asked for it to be opened, and the door surprisingly opened. Aryak cautiously stepped inside, but so far the place was empty and quiet. He was convinced that this was indeed a dungeon. It was more spacious than he had thought. Dungeons were like living beings, for they had their own will and intelligence. They would send out monsters as soon as an uninvited guest appeared, and they would also try to take over that stranger's body and magic. It was all about becoming stronger. The dungeon used treasure chests as bait, but they were usually just traps. The monsters were just covertly watching to see when the adventurer would open the chest. Knowing this, the boy nevertheless looked into the chest. From there, he pulled out a small bundle of grass. As if expecting an explanation from the monster, the Aryak turned back and asked if this was really his first reward for coming all this way. The monster was destroyed in an instant by his magical pentagram. Walking into the next room, the boy saw that this was quite spacious. There was more space here, and also stood stone large columns. But when the hero met his next opponent, he realized why it was so high here. There was so much room for a great stone golem to pass through. Aryak looked up at the huge creature. The great stone golem was about level 80 and was quite strong. The hero wasn't sure if even a rank could overpower it. The golem sprang to life and with all his might struck a huge palm right at his opponent, but the Aryak managed to move aside. The boy was surprised that he was still quite fast. It was unwise to attack this golem from the front. But looking around, the Aryak was surprised by something else entirely. There were as many as 3 golems in front of him. The hero explained that this was already too much, and an adventurer of ES rank was definitely needed here. One of the huge monsters raised his hands up and wanted to hit the uninvited guest. His huge fist smashed through the floor where the Aryak had just recently stood. The guy managed to jump up, and with the help of magic froze in midair. Alas, the adventurer's ranks were for the most part completely meaningless to the hero. Earlier, Vivia had taunted him, and said that adventurers of ES rank were real lowlifes. He and Alicia were ace rank, so Vivia had ordered him not to even dare compare them to himself. But the hero cared absolutely nothing about their ranks. Vivia was constantly angry, and didn't understand how he dared to express himself like that in front of him. Tyria was in complete agreement with Vivia. Even she, being a Ranka, was on a completely different level than him. Aryak continued to stare blankly at the small thing in his hands. He already knew he was at a rank, but he didn't understand what was wrong with it. Vivia explained that he clearly didn't understand the difference between all of them. Pupera laughed and exclaimed that he was pretty funny. Vivia explained that if he was attacked by monsters that even he, an adventurer of ES rank, found difficult to deal with, then he would come to his senses. Tyria remembered the great golem, for example. Vivia explained that this was certainly not the case. Vivia thought that an Aryak would already wet his pants from one of their footsteps shaking the ground. He asked to remember that the Aryak was nothing but a useless loser. The hero made a U-turn in the air, then aimed at one of the golems. He landed on their heads and touched first the first and then the second enemy. Definitely their footsteps were creating a good vibe. Standing was simply impossible, and at least somewhere Vivia was right. He would probably be angry now that the Aryak was still alive. Finally, the hero approached the third golem and placed a seal on its arm. The boy felt that his 3 marks would be enough. It was just a small thing to him. Aryak activated his seals and ordered them to burn. Once activated, the seal blew up the stone golems, and they crumbled into a pile of rocks. After easily dealing with the golems, the guy landed softly on the ground and thought that the ranking system was full of flaws. But for an adventurer of his rank to defeat a great golem, it was too much. At this moment, a small pebble fell on the guy's head, which hit him painfully and bounced to the side. The guy managed to get a small key and made his way to the next gate, which was decorated with many human skulls. A voice addressed the red man that sought his death and graciously asked him to pass through. The boy silently walked to the doors and opened them with a small key. The huge gate swung open quietly and let the Aryak step inside. The hero entered the room and noticed that it was quite bright. He also saw a certain person in front of him. The man with glasses stood up from his huge stone throne and welcomed the Aryak into the dungeon. The hero had successfully passed through it, even though it had been over 1,000 years since anyone had come here. The stranger explained that it was magnificent. He was curious to know the power of the Aryak. But the hero looked questioningly at the old man and asked who he was. The man opened his mouth in confusion. Besides, he had been called an old man now. He explained that the hero was an old man himself, and he was the high priest. The hero apologized, but he was in a hurry. He was asked for help, so he suggested they talk later. The priest was furious and didn't understand what the Aryak was allowing himself. But then, he realized what kind of help this guy was talking about. The priest was talking about some little girl who apparently was able to reach someone from the outside. He grinned and said it was pretty good and suggested that the barrier had weakened over the years. But compared to the dungeon he had prepared, it was just a small thing. According to the priest, since the hero had come here for her, he would have to fight strong monsters. Then the Aryak had to fight him, and he was strong not only physically but also good at magic. Apparently, the Aryak didn't care at all. The priest hoped that this guy was listening to him. The hero apologized and asked to do it all over again. The priest began to doubt his sanity. He reminded that earlier Aryak had fought and destroyed several great golems. But even after that, the guy acted as if he just didn't care. The hero replied that he was starting to bore him, and he didn't have much time. He didn't really want to waste his time on him. The priest was furious that the Aryak had the audacity to say such a thing. From all that was said, the Aryak realized that he had to kill the priest in the end. The priest didn't understand why he was so sure of himself. He was much stronger than the golems, and even if the hero tried his best, he wouldn't be able to even wound him. But the guy didn't say he had killed those golems. Aryak raised his hand and used magic enhancement. Golems were artificial creatures, so their entire body was supported by a magical system like their nervous system. Naturally, the bigger they were, the harder it was to maintain their condition. The priest was shocked that the hero understood the basics of magic as well as he did, but the Aryak didn't know the answer to his question. The hero asked for a simple answer: what would happen when a lot of mana affected this system? Their balance would be upset, and they wouldn't be able to hold their shape, causing them to explode. The priest asked for a moment and exclaimed that this was only possible in theory. Golems were not affected by magic, which meant that they could not be destroyed like that. Nevertheless, Aryak had managed to do it. He realized that to create one such golem would require an entire country of wizards, and the priest had created as many as 3 on his own. But judging by the fact that he was here now, his stone golems were gone. The priest was so amazed by this situation that he twisted into a strained grin and laughed. He figured he would have something to talk to the Aryak about then. The hero was definitely powerful, and so he would have to give the priest his life to make him a god. The hero clarified if he really wanted to become a god. Undoubtedly, that was the priest's goal. Once he became a god, he would be able to finally subjugate the whole world. The priest laughed and thought that it would probably be very easy. Meanwhile, the hero approached his stone throne and stared at it. He didn't realize where he had heard the voice from that was asking for help and trying to find him. The priest asked to stop ignoring him. He had enough to talk about, and he was just going to show the guy. There was no point in hiding anything, but in order to become a god, he needed an incredible amount of mana. It had to be found somehow, for example, in a magical source. For this reason, the priest had to take a desperate step. He offered the hero to get acquainted with the daughter of a dragon named Jackpot. The guy was surprised when he saw before his eyes a huge crystal in which the girl was located. Her eyes were closed as if she was asleep. Aryak didn't understand what it all meant. As far as the hero realized, the daughter of the dragon Jackpot was a girl who took on an ordinary human form. The priest thought it was funny that the hero wasn't even the least bit surprised. He thought he was the high priest that used the dragon to become a god. The priest believed that the Aryak would not be able to defeat him. The hero scornfully replied that he was more like trash than a genius. He had kept the little girl in prison for years, and probably didn't know how painful it was to torture her. The boy didn't understand how he even managed to be called a genius high priest after that. To a hero, he was nothing more than a simple criminal. The priest was at a loss when he was called a criminal. He thought he had only sacrificed one dragon, but the hero didn't care about that. Whether it was a dragon or a cat, you couldn't deprive someone of their will at will, and that was a fact. Aryak wondered what was in the heads of such madmen who thought they were God. The priest became furious and shouted that such a worthless man would never understand him. He could not forgive the hero for daring to insult him like that and ordered him to prepare for death. With these words, the priest pointed his staff at the Aryak and began to draw magic power into it. He fired a magical lightning attack from the staff and ordered him to die. The guy seemed rather indifferent and only created a seal in front of him with his hand. The priest covered himself with his hands from the powerful explosion. His attack shattered the ground and turned it into a pile of rubble. The mad priest laughed loudly. He explained that no matter how hard the hero tried, his defense spell was much weaker than his magic. At that moment, something flew at a wild speed right in front of the priest's eye. The man screamed and grabbed his injured eye. Aryak even wondered what it would be like to wield the power of a dragon. He tossed a small pebble in his hands, which he used to wound his opponent's eye. The hero turned the pebble into dust and asked for an answer to this question. The priest switched to insults, not understanding how he was able to wound him at all. The man thumped his staff loudly on the huge crystal that contained the girl. He reminded her that the hero had come here to save her and warned that if he took even one more step, she would die. In his opinion, the hero clearly didn't want that, but he asked not to worry because he wouldn't kill her just like that. Aryak managed to wear out his mood. The priest laughed loudly and said he would start with the limbs. The boy frowned, but he had to agree with him. The guy raised his hands and said he wouldn't take another step. The priest asked not to think that he would just believe him now, but the hero assured that he was telling the truth. To convince his opponent, he even blocked all his magical skills for a while, at the snap of a finger. He couldn't let someone who had asked for his help die. Yet he was so hurt by his actions, the hero had no intention of doing anything more. The priest smiled and agreed with his words. But the priest explained that the Aryak would die anyway. Behind his back, the man suddenly heard a huge crystal begin to crack. Several shards of the large crystal broke off and aimed at the enemy. The priest howled in pain. He grabbed his wounded arm and crouched down on his knees. The hero only said indifferently that this crystal was stronger than he thought. The priest didn't understand how the Aryak managed to do it, for he couldn't feel any magic from it. But the boy had told him that earlier. He had blocked the skills related to magic. That's why he couldn't feel anything. It wasn't really magic. The priest grinned in anger and thought that the hero was playing him for a fool, because it was impossible to even scratch this crystal with normal power. The hero walked up to the priest and kicked him in the ass with his foot. He didn't care at all about what he was saying. Aryak told his opponent that all he wanted was the dragon's daughter. The priest laughed again and exclaimed that Aryak was a complete fool, for his actions would get him nowhere. Meanwhile, the boy tried to just tap the crystal with his hands. But for some reason, the crystal actually shattered into small shards. The priest could not believe his eyes. He was horrified that his crystal had been destroyed, but the hero asked him to just shut up. Having spent all his strength holding this girl down, it was no wonder he had become so weak. The hero gently placed the girl on the floor, but the priest didn't realize what he was about to do. The man held out his hand towards the Aryak and asked him not to touch her, for he needed her to become a god. The hero responded by shoving a gag into his mouth and tying the ropes tightly around the back of the priest's head. He was getting pretty fed up with him, so the hero asked him to be quiet. Now that he could hear the silence, he felt better. Aryak walked over to the sleeping girl and asked how she was feeling. He patted her cheeks and asked if she could get up. In response, the girl slowly opened her eyes. Apparently, she was having trouble speaking, but she seemed to be fine. The girl smiled and said that she recognized his voice. She had heard him when she called for help, but she didn't think he would actually come here. The dragon daughter covered her mouth with her palm and thanked him for his help. The hero moved as close to her face as possible and offered to look at her skills. The girl absolutely did not expect this and pulled back. Aryak snapped his finger to activate the skill. Despite the fact that she was as embarrassed as possible, the girl couldn't say anything back to him or object in any way. The hero saw exactly what he thought he saw, but he didn't understand the reason why. At this point, the girl waved her hands and thanked him for his help and asked him to stop. She was sorry that, except for words of gratitude, such a talentless dragon as she could not give him anything else. But the Aryak replied that he asked for nothing in return. The girl turned her attention to the bound priest. All she could do was shower him with insults. The girl screamed that he had locked her here for 1,000 years and also took her powers. She couldn't forgive him for that. The hero asked her to calm down as he was still bound. The girl was blushing red with anger and thought it was rather unfortunate. Not only had she failed as a dragon, but she had also lost her powers. The girl only called herself a failure because she had lost her powers. Aryak didn't understand what was wrong with her and asked her to calm down. The dragon's daughter looked at the boy with regret and replied that she was sorry. She asked him for help, thus adding to her own troubles. The guy asked for an answer to his question and asked if they necessarily had to be strong to be dragons. The girl replied that they only had 4 features. They had long life, regeneration, great destructive power, and control of the sky. If someone possessed all of them, they could be called a dragon. After gathering all 4 abilities from her, this man tried to become a god. Apparently, his words were true. The girl didn't know if a man could become a god, but the power of the royal lineage of dragons was the closest thing to it. Previously, Aryak had never heard of the royal bloodline. The girl introduced herself as the heiress of the dragon clan, the youngest daughter of the Dragon King. But since the 4 features were weak, she failed as a dragon. She couldn't even control her power properly, so she changed into human form because it was easier. After losing all her power, she was stripped of her title and banished away, and then she was caught by this man and captured here, siphoning off the rest of her strength. Guy thought she had a great story to tell about how she had spent the last 1,000 years. Her powers were already weak, and now they were even worse. She couldn't live like this anymore. With those words, the girl pulled on the Aryak's clothes. If he had come here to help her, he should have honored her request and killed her. She couldn't live like this anymore, and it was better for her to choose death than to live with this life being a weak dragon. In response, the hero only flicked her forehead with such force that the girl leaned back. She didn't understand why he had done that. Aryak hoped she had come to her senses, but the girl explained that she had originally been out of her mind. The hero asked to be reminded of what she had called him for he had not come here to kill her. He asked to be reminded of the words she had spoken to him earlier. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. Earlier, she had only asked for help. The guy stroked her head and said that he had come here for that very reason. The girl's eyes shone brightly. She looked hopefully at the guy who had surprised her. But then she shyly looked away from him and asked him to help her. Truthfully, she didn't know how she could get her powers back. Besides, she hoped he wouldn't laugh at how weak she was. Aryak realized this and decided to try to do something about it. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about and asked him a question. The guy meant exactly what he could try to do to get her powers back. She couldn't believe that he could actually do that. But apparently the main character was a true sage. Aryak explained that the actual reason for her weakness all along was the curse. He placed his palm on the floor and created a glittering seal under the girl's feet. The Dragon King's daughter really couldn't believe that a curse could be on her and questioned the guy. But the hero confirmed it. According to the results of the abnormality perception and cancellation concealment analysis, there was a rather rare curse on her. The girl thought about the curse, and it seemed to the hero that apparently she knew something about it. Because of this curse, the 4 powers of longevity, regeneration, destructive power, and sky domination were severely damaged. The problem wasn't just that. They were stolen by this man. Aryak said that if they broke this curse, her powers would return. He was only going to do a little backtracking. The dragon's daughter was shocked that the hero could even do such a thing. In the end, the curse-breaking skill was activated. The hero was going to combine it with recovery and get her powers back. He would also activate time acceleration, which would make her recover faster. The guy apologized in advance and asked her to be patient for a while. The girl felt a sharp pain that made everything spin and grabbed her throat. A long black clot of energy began to come out of her body to the Aryak. The girl's eyes turned black, and from her open mouth came out all the undead that was inside her. When it was all out of her, the girl closed her eyes and swayed to the side. She fell right into the arms of Aryak, who picked her up. Aryak asked how she was feeling and hoped that Owen was alive. For a while, the dragon's daughter could not regain consciousness, even when Aryak called out to her. But at some point, the girl opened her eyes abruptly. She seemed more alive now than she had a few minutes ago. The girl immediately started breathing vigorously. She had a slight shortness of breath afterward. As expected from the dragon, the hero was shocked that she was still conscious. But even though she was a dragon, she still managed to briefly lose consciousness. What was more important now was something else. The dragon daughter looked up at the strange dark blob and assumed it was her curse. It was hard to believe that the thing was inside her. According to the Aryak, it was so tangled that they wouldn't have been able to spot it by normal inspection. This curse was robbing the dragon of the meaning of life. It was an anti-dragon spell that could suppress the dragon's powers. It was from this thing that it was so weakened, the girl couldn't believe it. At some point, the girl's dark essence went into motion. It went back into her master's body. The priest wanted to scream and opened his mouth, but the bandage prevented him from doing so. The girl assumed that the curse had turned into a human, but apparently it had simply returned to the caster. It seemed that the cursed man was forbidden to use those curses again. Yet it was a curse to neutralize the dragon. The girl silently approached the priest's mutilated body. The man's spell had turned his body to dust, leaving only a skeleton and a cloak on him. At that moment, she could only hate the man, but her face changed drastically when she felt her power increase. The thing that took her powers was gone, so the hero thought it was her regeneration that healed her rather quickly. The girl decided to test it and pointed her finger upwards. She created a huge blob of energy, which shot out a huge pillar and broke through the roof of the dungeon. This shot could be seen even at a very long distance from them. The girl smiled sincerely at the hero and thanked him for being able to get her powers back. The hero headed for the exit and said that it was no big deal. The girl couldn't find the words and said that he was acting rather strange. It seemed like she wanted to say something else to him, but she was constantly shy and looked away. She still dared to ask a question and inquired about her appearance. The girl pulled her short dress to make it a little longer and ducked down. She hoped her appearance was kind of his type, but the hero didn't seem to care. The girl almost cried at the thought of her body being so much better in the past. Aryak replied that it wasn't. He actually thought she was very beautiful when he first met her. She was also beautiful even after getting her powers back. He just didn't think he would say something like that. So the hero apologized for hurting her. He thought she was one of the most beautiful girls he had ever met. Hearing that, the dragon's eyes lit up with delight. The guy continued to compliment her and said that her pupils and lips were like gems, and she also had graceful arms and body. He didn't think there was a single guy who would walk past her without looking back. The girl blushed in embarrassment and explained that she understood everything, so that was enough. Trying to catch her breath, she called the wizard empty-headed, but the hero didn't understand why she called him that. In any case, he always wanted to use judgment on her status. The girl replied that she didn't care. She would be fine if the Aryak looked every part of her. The girl looked away and admitted with a smile on her face that she was just kidding. The hero was shocked at her judgment status and didn't understand it. The dragon's daughter hoped that Aryak was at least listening to her. Aryak couldn't believe his eyes. This girl had level 99, over 1,000,000 health, 284,000 mana, and 98,000 attack. It was much more than he had thought. Aryak thought that all dragons were like this and asked the girl about it. The dragon daughter said that wasn't true and that her stats were too high. Aryak noticed something new on the panel. He said there was some new window popping up, but the girl didn't know what he was talking about. Apparently there was some sort of title here. The inscription said that she was a divine dragon given a rider. The guy thought her title of divine dragon sounded pretty strong, but she wouldn't say that. As far as she was concerned, the master would fly her, and she thought about it. One day the dragon and its rider became very close and bonded. The rider was known as the Dragon Knight. Dragons who befriended a dragon knight had a higher status. As far as the hero realized, these were the divine dragons. But the girl said that it wasn't so easy to become a divine dragon. Gods have many complexities, but she was no more than the daughter of a dragon king. She didn't think that she was a divine dragon just because he became her rider. In other words, she wanted to say that he was the one who awakened the divine dragon in her. She could actually feel the divine aura around her master. She asked the Aryak about his speculation. One thought of that old man crossed the hero's mind. Yet he didn't understand why he became a dragon knight. The girl replied that he and she were doomed partners. She forgot to introduce herself, though they had already become partners. Aryak agreed with her. The girl introduced herself as the youngest daughter of a ruler of the Geshpen dragons named Colette. The boy introduced himself as a rake and said he had recently distanced himself from his party. He was now traveling alone. As such, Colette offered to tell her plans along the way and went forward in joy, but the hero asked her to wait. He did not understand why she was going along with him, but the Colette did not see why he should mind. Aryak hinted to her that he had not yet made up his mind. Colette explained that he was her doomed dragon knight and had saved a poor dragon like her, and to turn a blind eye to her now would be rather irresponsible. Aryak noticed that right now she sounded like a dog that had just been thrown away. The hero thought she should have gone back to her city, but the girl explained that she couldn't do that. She couldn't go back to the place she'd been kicked out of. She was right. Still, the hero reminded her that she had gotten her powers back. Colette replied that it was the anti-dragon curse that was hindering her now. Colette squeezed her hand and said that whoever had cursed her could have been from her village. When they chose the next Dragon King, she was a hindrance. Even if she returned to the village, she would only be a nuisance to them. It became clear to Aryak. The boy apologized for the awkward question. Colette circled around him and explained that everything was fine. Through all of this, she had met the master, so she wanted to go along with him. She pleaded with him, jumping around the hero. Still, he had to agree. He said that in that case, she could stick around until she got tired of him. Colette couldn't believe her ears. The hero had said he would be Colette's first and only rider in such a case, which was why they had to stick together. Colette grinned and said she was happy to hear that. Apparently the hero was worried about something. He looked at Colette every now and then. After all, he thought that traveling with a cute dragon girl would stand out a lot. The girl waved her hands in front of her master and thanked him for the compliment. Still, despite this, the hero was glad to meet her. He extended his hand to the Colette. Aryak did so respectfully. Colette smiled sincerely and reciprocated him. She offered to be together for a long time to come. The girl grabbed the hero's hand and happily called him her dragon rider. The main character headed to the next town with Colette, a dragon girl, as her guardian. Colette didn't like the way his group treated him at all. She thought it was impossible for him to disagree with her. Besides, she was annoyed with the heroic party that was soon to follow. According to her, the Aryak had supported the chapter for years, and his squad leader had a heroic party. Guy asked her not to be so annoying. He was sure the Vivia were thrilled that they didn't need his help anymore. Looking back, he recalled the moment of departure as a pleasant memory. Colette didn't understand why it was so funny to him. The hero replied that if it would change the future in which these guys died for an unreasonable reason, so be it. The girl called her master too kind. She wanted to ask him one question, but for some reason she felt awkward. She asked if there were any girls at the parties. Aryak replied that they usually were. Colette was shocked to hear that there might even be 3 of them. Colette explained that he couldn't lose to them. Aryak had no idea that dragons could be so expressive. The next events took place a little while after Aryak and Verdo had parted ways. Vivia loudly placed the mug of drink on the table and exclaimed that it was refreshing. Aryak left them in a rather pitiful state, which he was glad for. Vivia supported Vivia and explained that Aryak was a real nutcase. Vivia greeted Alicia, who stood silently by the window and looked out into the distance. He believed that Alicia was of the same opinion. Alicia still continued to stare into the distance as well. After some time, she still turned to Vivia and looked at him with an indifferent look. She didn't answer him anything. But when she approached the guy, she suggested with a smile on her face that a squad without a hero was pointless. Vivia didn't understand what she meant and stared at Alicia with a dumb grin. The rest of the guys thought that as long as Vivia was with them, there would be no problems. After all, he was the hero. Vivia sipped from his mug and said that once everyone in the party left, they would go to the Eno cave they had conquered 3 times before. Meanwhile, the hero along with Colette walked into the township. Colette was thrilled to see such a large and prosperous town. The hero could agree with her. Passing people began to look back with interest at the girl, who was always doting on everything and taking stray cats in her arms. She noticed that there was a pleasant odor coming from one of the establishments and told the Aryak about it. Colette smiled at the Master Aryak and asked him to come in. The other people were confused and didn't understand why she was calling him Master. It sounded rather strange. The hero said that if that was how she wanted to go, he would go with her, but she had to be quiet and inconspicuous. Colette wanted to make sure he was sure and exclaimed that in that case, they were going that way. They walked into a building with a brightly colored cutlery sign hanging above it. Colette almost choked on her saliva as they were brought a variety of large platters of different meats, large roast pork and seafood. She picked up a large whole roast pork and said she would take a portion of the Aryak as well. The hero suggested she give it a proper good thought, even despite how hungry she was. With eyes sparkling with happiness, Colette popped a whole pig's head into her mouth and took a bite of it. The girl clutched her flushed cheeks and exclaimed that it was delicious. Aryak was shocked. It was exactly what he called a dragon's stomach. The waiter told the girl that she had a great appetite. She smiled and replied that the food here was very good. Aryak thought that since the food here was so good, business must have been booming. Still, he didn't understand why the place was so empty. The waiter was shocked that the hero had come to town without being aware of it. He told him that a devil's forest had recently appeared near this town. The kingdom sent the knights out and trade stopped. The man didn't even know how long they could stay afloat. He advised the boys to get out of town before they got involved. Aryak thanked the man for the warning. The girl asked the master what the devil's forest was. The hero replied that it was a kind of monster nest built by the Demon King. Unlike dungeons, monsters could come out of it, and because of that, such a forest was more dangerous than dungeons. In the demon forest, there were 5 levels of danger from the 1st to the 5th stage. If a boss in a remote section of the forest was not destroyed, and the forest grew, the monsters would become stronger. If this happened, the city would be in danger of being destroyed, but it was still inhabitable. In the 1st stage, the threat would probably be manageable. Before the worst happens, the heroes will be sent on a journey. But thinking about the journey ahead, the hero would like to know a little more about the situation in the demon forest just in case. Aryak suggested that Colette look into the Adventurers Guild. The girl was excited about her visit, but the hero replied that they were not going there to have fun. The boy and the Colette soon reached their destination. After reaching the guild, they opened the doors of the building. There were quite a few adventurers in the guild, who were actively discussing something among themselves. But as soon as the doors opened, their attention shifted to Colette and Aryak. Their looks were rather arrogant and threatening. As Colette followed the hero, she felt a bad atmosphere around her. Everyone was staring at them like that. But all this was clearly not because of the appearance of the forest of demons. The hero walked up to the guild counter and asked for the administrator. He greeted the girl and said that he wanted to ask them a couple of questions. The girl replied that if he was an adventurer, he had to give his name. The guy introduced himself as an Aryak adventurer of rank TS. He was looking for information about the Devil's Forest. The administrator was shocked when she heard his name and stared at the guy. As soon as the other adventurers heard his name, they started discussing his departure from the hero group. Some couldn't even believe it. Colette didn't like that they were making a fuss for a reason she didn't understand. The receptionist asked to wait a moment because she had a decree from the kingdom. She asked to wait here and not go anywhere. Aryak didn't understand what the edict from the kingdom was. Colette's eyes lit up. She said that the master was apparently famous. Behind the wall, the hero heard the receptionist talking to the man. The man agreed, but didn't understand why it was happening now. The dark man came out to meet the hero and asked if he really called himself Aryak Mahaim. The hero didn't understand where he got that from and was afraid he would have to prove it. With a smirk, the man provided his self-portrait and said that he completely fit that description. He hadn't even expected the Aryak to shamelessly come here to the guild. The boy took his self-portrait to take a closer look at it. The man introduced himself to the Asham, who was the head of this guild. They had an imperial decree from the Grunheim. By that decree, they were to revoke the Aryak's Adventurers Guild license. The boy was surprised to hear such unexpected news. Some adventurers were discussing it heatedly, and some were apparently very pleased with the revocation of his license. It would have taken a terrible crime to deserve such a thing. Colette was annoyed by their talk and said that her master was clearly no fool. Previously, the hero had thought that he would merely be expelled from the hero squad and demoted to rank E. But now, he couldn't even get a mission, let alone buy materials. Colette thought they were in trouble then. Aryak didn't know exactly what he expected, but the guild was just assistant to him, so he didn't really care. The head of the guild stood in front of the guy and asked if he really thought so. The hero had also heard that they had a devil forest nearby, so they must have had a common call to attract people. The head assumed that because of all these circumstances, the kingdom was revoking his license. So they didn't need his support now that he had been expelled from the hero squad. According to the chapter, the royal guard was already on their way to the forest to deal with the situation. The rest of the adventurers said that they would still need to move after the knights. They were good enough on their own, so they didn't need their help. Aryak was probably just trying to get them to cancel the order on that basis. The adventurers thought Aryak was nothing but a miser and a former brave hero. Colette was already ready to destroy them, but the hero said he would be killed in that case. He wondered about the knights of the kingdom. The hero didn't understand why the kingdom didn't send a hero squad. This city was far from the kingdom's harbor. They only split up, and the Aryak thought that Vivia and others who might be nearby would be asked to destroy the forest. The hero was curious to know what had happened to them. The head was about to tell the Aryak something else. He said that there was no use for them to have a useless person like Ubet after the royal knights killed the boss deep in the forest. According to him, the adventurers were supposed to do a sweep there. The rest of the men began to echo his words. They thought Aryak was out of place and rudely asked him to get the hell out of here. Colette was furious at their words, but Aryak didn't care. He calmly suggested to Colette to get out of here. It was hard for her to accept it, but she listened to him nonetheless. No sooner had the boys left than the guild doors swung open abruptly. A knight in bloody armor appeared at the entrance, barely able to stand on his feet. He was trying to hold on to the doors so that he wouldn't fall. His hand left a terrible bloody mark. While the knight tried to say something and come to his senses, all the adventurers were silent and stared at the unexpected guest in bewilderment. The knight shouted that they had failed to destroy the devil forest. This news shocked the adventurers. According to the knight, hordes of monsters were advancing on the city. The knights of the kingdom had been annihilated, and now the adventurers had to immediately take up defensive positions. This was an urgent draft from the kingdom. All deserters would also be subject to execution. By the end of the sentence, the knight couldn't stand it and fell to the ground. All the adventurers couldn't believe their eyes and what they had heard. The people looked at the lying knight in horror. The adventurers shouted that the royal knights had been killed, and if they escaped, they would be executed. Some thought that this was a rather easy quest, where one didn't have to do anything but defend themselves. While everyone was discussing the knights who couldn't win, the hero walked over to the wounded man and examined him. He told Colette that the knight was stunned, but in his opinion, he would survive. Apparently, the knights were retreating with the monsters on their tail. Aryak looked gloomily at everyone and thought that the adventurers would not get away with this. Colette was sure the master would take care of it. The hero didn't want to be the center of attention on things were worse than he thought. Eventually, the guild leader couldn't stand the noise and pounded his fist loudly on the table. The disgruntled head ordered the adventurers to gather themselves and not be ragheads. They were adventurers and would hear about it more than once. All their fussing would not improve their situation. If they didn't, they would be wiped out anyway. The guild leader's fist was so heavy that it pierced through the table. Some insecure adventurers were in agreement with him and quieted down. But still, some of them didn't understand how they were going to fight them. Naturally, no one wanted to die here like a dog. Aryak replied that some of them guys would just do their part. Colette looked at her master in surprise. The guild leader couldn't believe his eyes that Aryak was still here. In response, the guy pulled out a whole bag of coins under his cloak and threw it on the table in front of the man. He smirked and offered to let him become the head of one of these guilds. In return, he handed the man one of the coins in the bag. As far as the guild leader understood, the guy was going to lay it all on himself. He exclaimed that the monsters of the demon forest were already approaching them with a horde and asked what the hero could do. Aryak asked not to talk like that. Speaking of which, Aryak wanted to ask the guild master what was the reward for this sweep. The man didn't understand why the hell he was asking that right now. It was only 1 gold coin. The man balled his fists and said that the guy was risking his life too cheaply. The guy was in complete agreement, but Colette didn't understand what he was getting at. Aryak climbed up on the admin desk and replied that it was simple. If an employer doesn't pay a fair wage, people won't work for him. He stood up on the table in front of everyone and displayed a whole bag of gold. The guy was sure it would be enough. The others didn't understand what he was doing and decided to just leave him alone. The adventurers stared at the Aryak in surprise as he toppled the sack and a pile of coins spilled out. Everyone stared questioningly at the mountain of gold coins that lay on the floor. The hero said that he promised a reward from himself to anyone who would take part in this battle to the end. He offered 100 gold coins per head, which surprised the adventurers. People thought that it was simply impossible, as it was only a verbal agreement. The hero replied that it would be spread as a contract according to the laws of the Great Kingdom. They would agree on a contract between them. In order to protect this city, the guy asked everyone to stand up and follow him. For a while, the adventurers silently looked at him with a skeptical look. Some began to think that it would be the right thing to do. After all, this was their hometown. One of the adventurer knights exclaimed that this was his hometown, and he would not let some monster rule it. The adventurers decided to say to hell with it, since they had nowhere to go anyway. They decided it would be better to go home to their family with lots of money. The entire guild of adventurers was in agreement with him. The people promised to do it and show the monsters what they were capable of, as well as show them what kind of results they could expect. Colette looked at the people gaining fighting spirit in surprise. The guild leader supported everyone and suggested that in that case, they should prepare themselves. Aryak watched as all the adventurers began to distribute potions and healing herbs to the crates. Everyone was busily working. The girl provided the guild leader with the entire supply of recovery rations they had been given. Once they were ready, they would follow the advance party. Aryak walked over to the man and admitted that it was very clever. The guild leader walked up to the low guy and looked down at him. He admitted that if it wasn't for Aryak, they wouldn't even be on the front lines. It was only because of his generosity. Plus, the hero had given a great speech, for which the Aryak was grateful. The man wondered who would listen to a guy with a TS rank, and even with a revoked license. He thought the hero was a bit like a god. The man even began to wonder if the hero was really the incompetent Aryak everyone was talking about. Colette was not happy that the guild leader had the nerve to call the master incompetent at this point in his career. She called the man a bald, muscular kid who she would not forgive for what he had done to the horse. To her, he is only a muscular, bald monk who was seduced by money. The head said he regretted it. The hero apologized, but it was true that he had bribed him. In fact, money is what makes people's lives livable. The task of those in charge was to pay people well. Colette understood what her master was getting at, but the guild leader didn't understand how the hero had managed to get such a large sum of money. Still, the guild leader didn't understand how the hero had managed to get such a large sum of money. The boy replied that it was just his economy. Still, the guild leader couldn't get it into his head. Aryak replied that the hero's team only did high-rank expensive quests. Still, the head recalled that Aryak was a traveler who had nothing to do with this city. He immediately thought about the fact that the guy owed someone something here. The hero replied that there was a restaurant with a green roof on the main street, but the head didn't understand what he was getting at. Aryak said it served delicious pasta with mussels. It would be a shame for him if he couldn't eat there anymore. The guild leader smirked and said that already explained a lot. The man patted the guy on the back with a smile and promised to buy him that pasta as a reward for them coming back from there alive. The hero refused and said it would still be on his dime. One of the adventurers approached the guild leader and told him that they were already ready. The man understood and said he was on his way. He then climbed up on a tall box in front of all the adventurers to give a speech. The leader called the adventurers tomboys and said that this medic town only had a moat and a fence. This meant that if their last line of defense was interrupted, the city would be destroyed. The strategy was quite simple. In the rear, the magical experts would treat the wounded and maintain the front line. The enemy whose army would be destroyed could be said to be hopeless. Despite that, they had to win. The man raised his hand and clenched his fist. He exclaimed that they had to win and return to the city. Everyone else supported the guild leader with loud cheers. During his solemn speech, Aryak, along with Colette, stood on a dais off to the side and watched the men. It seemed to Colette that the morale of the boys appeared to be quite high. She hoped her master was sure of that. The hero could hear the ground shuddering from the hordes of demons in the distance. There were about 1,000 of them, and there were no more than 100 adventurers at the time. Colette didn't think they stood a chance. Aryak agreed that it must have been difficult. Colette thought the master could wipe them all out in one fell swoop. The boy covered his eyes and asked Colette to listen to him. Even if they did nothing, heroes would show up and take care of everything. It still wouldn't do them any good in the long run. If they didn't have the confidence to fight their own battles, they wouldn't be able to protect them from the city when the same thing happened. That's why they needed people to work together to fight and win. Colette thought her master had gone too far. As they were talking, Colette noticed a flash of light in the distance and turned back. She took a closer look and told the boy that apparently it had already started. Aryak motioned for them to go as well. Colette looked questioningly at the hero. Aryak replied that the humans were to prevail through the power of the people, and there was no doubt about that. But to support them, in his opinion, was the maximum he was willing to do. For kilometers northeast of the medicine city was the last line of defense. A squad was already there along with the guild head. The guild head with a huge axe exclaimed that the monsters had gaps in the center, so they needed to hit it. One of the young guys didn't even notice the golem appeared behind his back. The monster wanted to kill him, but the head came up just in time and cut off the goblin's head. The head turned to the adventurers and asked everyone with less than a third of their health to step back and let the healers patch them up. They had to hurry up with magical reinforcement for the attackers. Another explosion soon followed nearby. The man looked in that direction and thought that the Niger brothers were there now. They were in charge of the defense in that place. One of the adventurers gathered all the strength in his fist and struck the ground. The ground nearby began to crumble, which scared away the monsters around him. The other adventurer wielded his blade. The dark-haired guy told his brother that one of the healers had run out of mana and didn't know what they should do now. At that moment, the young lad's brother was shot in the shoulder. He looked fearfully at his brother, who covered his wound. Their business was not good. The brother ordered to look in front of him, for the enemies would not wait for them. At that moment, the boy blocked the attack of a goblin that was about to hit him with his mace. One of the brothers ordered them not to surrender, because if they lost this fight, their homeland would end. With these words, he banged his fists against each other. One of the adventurers told the general that the left flank had lost 30% of its forces, and the Nigel brothers were wounded and on the brink. The head ordered to keep them from breaking through and to keep reserve recovery assets at the ready. The adventurer also told the comrade general that the right flank was requesting reinforcements. Since the caterpillar dragons appeared in front of the adventurers, they needed 3 rank adventurers, but they couldn't provide them. The general asked to tell them to take care of it themselves. Right now, they were also in trouble, and they were outnumbered. The frightened adventurer called out to the fellow general, and he asked what he wanted to tell him this time. The frightened fellow jabbed his finger somewhere forward. The guild leader raised his head at their sudden enemy. Right in front of him, as if out of nowhere, a huge monster called a Sanguk appeared. This huge Sanguk was an Ogre King. The terrified adventurers couldn't believe their eyes, for this monster was a rank SS. The guild leader waved his hand and ordered all the adventurers to retreat back. Meanwhile, the Sanguk opened its mouth and began to greedily consume the air for its powerful attack. But the multitude of adventurers, including the head, were so exhausted that their bodies did not obey and tottered to the ground. The guild leader asked for help from a healer, or at least someone who could move. The monsters continued to advance on the humans. The satisfied goblins set their sights on easy prey. One of the monsters wanted to kill the girl in front of him. The adventuress had already resigned herself to her doom and closed her eyes before attacking. She didn't even notice when an Aryak jumped out in front of her and cut off the monster's head with his sword. Aryak turned to all the adventurers and told them that there was still more to come. When his skill was activated, Aryak asked everyone to rise to their feet. He applied a mental stability boost to the adventurers. The adventurers didn't realize why their bodies had become so light. A man looked at his arm in surprise and exclaimed that he could move. The hero told Colette that now they could defeat him. The girl agreed with him and offered to start. The girl pushed herself off the ground and jumped so high that she hovered over the crowd of enemies. The monsters noticed her and raised their heads upward. Colette opened her mouth and unleashed a fiery, powerful projectile at the group of monsters. The fire rained down on the enemies and burned the monsters alive. The remaining adventurers ducked to the ground and covered their faces with their hands. Colette landed softly on the ground and smiled at the master. She wanted his opinion and hoped she had met his expectations. The guild leader was shocked and asked the hero who the little girl was. The hero was not happy that they were still making a big commotion. They still had a little more time, but still the enemy continued to advance. The hero asked the guild leader for literally a moment. It was difficult to overcome the level difference with just tactics alone. It was very difficult to defend against an enemy outnumbering them 10-1 when their defenses were so weak. Of course, they knew it themselves. Aryak was just saying that the problem was the numbers. He used his skills to increase their numbers tenfold. The guild head was puzzled and didn't understand how such a thing was possible. Also, The hero said that by reducing the opponent's stats by 10 times, and it would change the strength gap. The guild had thought that it was impossible. By strengthening them 10 times, there was no way he could do that. Furthermore, there was no way he could overpower this horde of enemies. But Aryak was confident in his words and said that he could do it. He asked the man not to worry. All they needed to think about was victory. The hero used the total harm skill and activated it. Upon activation, a dark seal with writing appeared under his feet. He needed to apply the skill to all adventurers on the target field. As soon as the skill began to be applied, people began to feel their strength returning to them. The man still couldn't believe his eyes, for there were about 100 of them. Aryak knew this without him. He decided to start with the damage reduction skill. It reduced the amount of damage received from enemies. The guild leader looked at his hand in surprise and admitted that it tickled. But he didn't think it would reduce the tenfold gap in strength. But Aryak hadn't told him that it was the end yet. Then he needed to increase his movement speed with the agility skill. The fourth skill was invulnerability, which gave the guys a high probability of ignoring damage and activated the state of no damage. Next was to increase the accuracy of dodging attacks. Fifth was the skill chaotic evasion, which increased the probability of dodging without taking damage. This way the attacks wouldn't hit the person directly. Thanks to this, they would never receive damage. The surprised adventurers couldn't believe that they had been improved so much. It was enough for them to fight. The sixth Aryak skill, on the other hand, gave reductions in damage percentage. The people were surprised that he had saved something else. The hero continued and said that the seventh skill was resistance. He also had attack power increase, attack factor boost, condition recovery when attacking, strength recovery when attacking, additional poison effect, magic resistance, attack speed, inevitability of death, strength and magic recovery over time, skin protection, and critical speed up. The shocked adventurers asked him to stop, because it would be harder for the enemies to attack. And finally, the 20th critical power-up skill was activated. Aryak was going to look at it all, and said that it was too troublesome. The hero asked the adventurers to give the enemies a chance to act. For them, it would at least bring some variety. One of the young boys exclaimed that another wave of enemies was coming at them. They didn't understand where so many of them were coming from. They wondered if they really had all 20 skills. The adventurer looked around and spotted a girl with a sword, then greeted her. The girl didn't hesitate to swing her sword and wounded 3 monsters at once. The adventuress explained that it was amazing. She looked at her sword in surprise and said that it was as if her body didn't belong to her. The adventurer explained that it was just unbelievable, as if it was a lie. They couldn't believe that they were on the battlefield. The guild leader kept up with the adventurers and sliced the goblin's head open with his axe. The man looked at his hand and said that this power was with a slight hesitation. He couldn't believe that it was possible to combine 20 skills. It was usually said that a maximum of 3 skills could be combined. Aryak replied that he always did that when he was in a hero's group. The adventurers couldn't believe his words. The hero replied that after careful research, he activated the maximum number of skills. That is, he wanted to say that the hero group had always fought in this enhanced state. People began to realize that anyone could win such a fight. This meant that the hero group that had accomplished feats so far consisted of Aryak's and the others. Colette explained that this was the case. Yet she had heard that he had been unilaterally excluded from the group. She could not accept such a disrespectful attitude towards her master, who had supported her throughout. Guy asked Colette not to talk about them like that. They had decided on their own that they could do without his skills. He respected their opinion, but it was time for him to let his children go. Colette was puzzled, for he was clearly not their father. Or rather, the hero hoped they were doing well. Not that he didn't have misgivings, but it was beginning to worry him. Colette noticed that when it came to heroes, Aryak was not himself. One of the adventurers exclaimed that they didn't have time to talk, because there was still a monster coming. They had to defeat it with Aryak's blessing. The adventurers rushed to attack the monsters without fear. The hero glanced obliquely at the huge Ogre King, and said that they should have made him stop being like that. But Colette thought it was on the contrary a good thing, for he did not budge. But there was one thing. He wasn't going to make his move as long as he could make do with small monsters. But the girl replied that there was time to spare. Of course, even with the skills of a wizard, it would be too much for a mere mortal. It was true that the orcs were very strong. But it was strange that the monsters that appeared in the early stages of the Wasteland Demon Forest didn't appear anymore. No matter how one looked at it, it was a second stage vertebrate monster or even a higher level monster. The hero wondered what it was. Colette had him a rather gloomy but satisfied look. She seemed interested in the whole thing. Aryak was beginning to think that he should have left her in the guild. Colette exclaimed that was not the case. She didn't believe he would have done that. In any case, defeating an orc couldn't be accomplished by adventurers alone. Colette was in complete agreement with her master and glanced at the huge orc who didn't move from his seat and watched the fight. But as soon as the Ogre King started to move, the hero along with Colette went to attack him. The huge monster pointed his large palm at the adventurers. Aryak realized that he was aiming in a certain direction. Barely had the adventurers escaped before the Ogre King destroyed the land under his hand. The hero didn't like it when this monster screamed so loudly and often. Colette promised to fix it now and leaped over her opponent's head. Colette pointed her fist at the huge ogre and ordered it to close its mouth a bit. With those words, she punched the ogre in the face with all her might. In front of the Aryak's eyes, the huge ogre staggered to the side, and the guy decided to act. He covered his eyes for a moment and focused on his spell. After that, the Aryak activated muscle strengthening, area of effect expansion, single part destruction, critical enhancement, precision hit, paralysis, improved attack power, and armor penetration. After activating all these skills, the hero approached the enemy as quickly as possible and kicked him from his leg. Aryak managed to knock the enemy off his feet, and the huge Ogre King fell to the ground with a rumble. The adventurers were shocked that such a huge demon fell to the ground so easily. This was exactly what Colette had expected from her master. But at that moment, she didn't even notice the huge ogre grabbing her by the tail. With all its strength, the monster threw the girl to the ground and smashed her head. Aryak was afraid for Colette and called out to her. He realized that their business was bad. The head was afraid this little girl was going to die, but the Aryak disagreed with him. That was not what he meant by the word bad. The head didn't understand what the Aryak was talking about. The hero didn't even know how to choose the right words. Before their eyes, the shattered Colette got to her feet and turned to her opponent with a bloodthirsty smirk. She said she would never forgive him and offered to show the master all they could do. Aryak was in agreement with her and approached the girl. Besides, he was her dragon knight after all. The boy smirked and said he would like her to experience some power. The head of the guild killed the last of the small goblins. One of the adventurers told the head that the left wing was already done slaying the monsters. The head asked him to tell them to go to the squad in the forest for backup. The man turned to the Aryak and said that they were already done here. All they had to do was get rid of the Ogre King. No sooner had he said this than his gaze reflected the horror of what was happening. He turned around and saw the huge monster preparing its attack and gathering a windy tornado around it. The adventurers realized that he was stopping to attack and ducked to the ground to steady themselves. Meanwhile, Colette suggested to her master to get it over with. Colette was quite strong, and there was no arguing with that. Aryak couldn't argue with that. But the hero wasn't sure if she could handle the title of Sacred Dragon. He feared for the consequences and realized that he had a great responsibility. He used the ogre's despair skills, instant death attribute, recovery, increased attack power, hitting the target, increased speed, and monster despair on her. The girl even puffed up her cheeks for him, applying so many spells on her. Surely he must have underestimated her. Aryak apologized for that. It had been a habit of his since he had been a member of the party of heroes. Colette smirked and said she agreed with him if that was how he showed her his love. As she felt her strength overflowing, Colette clenched her fists and prepared to attack. There was an incredible force coming from her that could have knocked her off her feet, but the Aryak managed to stand his ground. The guy didn't understand where he got this feeling of resonance from. Looking at the girl's back, he felt something pop up. Sacred dragons basically took their power from their master dragon knights and thus unlocked their potential. If Colette was indeed a sacred dragon, then she could utilize the power of a dragon knight. In that case, the guy used his decisive battle skill on the girl. His power struck the Colette, and her body glowed with blinding flames. Aryak ordered his dragon to show the true form of the divine dragon Hespenta. When the light dissipated and the dust settled on the ground, Aryak was no longer facing a small girl, but a huge steel dragon. All the adventurers, in front of whose eyes such a miracle happened, froze from shock. They raised their heads, and with open mouths, and looked at Colette. The guy had applied the decisive battle skill to her. It was a skill that restored all of one's strength for a while. That's why it was called that. With it, it was possible to deliver the final blow. The hero realized that Colette wouldn't have to hold back with his help. She would show all her hidden power that she was capable of. There was no doubt now that she was a sacred dragon. Colette spoke to the Ogre King through the dragon's mouth and told him that her master, the Dragon Knight's Aryak, and she, Colette, would condemn him. With these words, she spread her wings and flew above her enemy. The dragon flew high into the sky before opening its maw and commanding its flames to ignite. This attack technique was called Rashuri. After activating the skill, a powerful fast flame flew out of the dragon's mouth. The pillar of flame was so powerful that it caused a strong shockwave that made it hard to stay on one's feet. Everyone in the vicinity, including Aryak, covered themselves with their hands from the explosion. The adventurers couldn't believe their eyes, for there was nothing left of the Ogre King. Colette, as if nothing had happened, assumed her original small form and descended from heaven to earth. She didn't calculate the distance and started to fall. But there was an Aryak who deftly caught her in his arms and did not let her fall. The hero smiled and praised Colette for her excellent work. The girl was happy to hear this and said that it felt good to unleash all her power. The adventurers were like seeing a hero for the first time. They thought that heroes were really cool. The guild leader sat down on the ground and thought that it was finally over. The guy turned to the rest of the adventurers and said that they had defeated the Ogre King. They were no longer in any danger. The boys looked up and noticed a gunshot in the sky not far away in the forest. It was a sign that the squad from the forest had finished their battle. It meant that they had indeed made it through, and now it was over. Some of the adventurers thought that a miracle had happened. The hero asked them to come to their senses and asked if such a thing could really be called a miracle. This victory was not a fluke at all. It was all their merit and contribution and hard work. The adventurers did not give up. No matter what, and reached the very end. This victory they held only by risking their lives. Aryak smiled at everyone and suggested that they finally return to the city. It was a true triumph of heroes. All the adventurers were so happy with their victory that they began to hug each other and cheer their common victory. To their loud cheers, the heroes headed towards the city. Later, the people were surprised that Mr. Aryak was already leaving their city. The hero confirmed this and said that he had already rested enough here. But the adventurers felt that they had not yet paid him back all his debts. Over the past few days, people had been harassing the guy a lot. They asked to taste their dishes, make him their apprentice, and some asked Mr. Aryak to meet his pretty girl. He had had enough. The head of the guild approached the guys and asked them not to hold the Aryak so tightly. One of them looked at Oshima in awe. Oshima told the guy that they owed him a lot. The guild leader knelt down in front of the hero and apologized for all the insults. He also revoked his license. He raised his town about revoking his license and directed to the kingdom. The guy replied that he shouldn't have done that. Plus, he didn't like the Oshima standing in that position. The man explained that it was called a formality. Oshima smiled at the hero and offered to come to their place anytime, and he would treat him to pasta next time. The hero extended his hand to the head and said he couldn't wait for this anymore. They ended up shaking hands, and the man wished them luck. He hoped they would do well. The locals and adventurers gave a warm welcome to Colette and Aryak. The wagon with the protagonist set off along the spacious fields. Colette was still rejoicing and said that the form of the sacred dragon was still beautiful. She explained that it wouldn't have happened without the help of the hero's skill. She thought it was quite a superb sight. As the Aryak drove the cart, it seemed to him that the girl was quite energetic. Colette asked the guy where they were going now. The hero replied that they were going to the city of Ordy. There was a case just waiting for them there. He noticed a kind of anxiety on Colette's face and asked about it. The girl assumed that they would then be passing by the forest of fertility where the elves lived. She had heard that it was quite difficult to communicate with them, but the Aryak thought there were reasons for that. The girl asked not to worry about it, because if they started harassing him, she would burn all of them along with the forest. She was being her usual self, and the boy asked to stop thinking in that direction. Aryak grabbed his head and thought that he might have just been too worried. He hadn't gotten a message from Vivia in a while, so all sorts of bad thoughts popped into his head. It was possible that he was just putting a lot on his mind. While he thought about it, Colette popped a bun into his mouth and told him not to think bad thoughts. Instead, she suggested loading their hungry stomachs. The hero agreed with him and thought that he shouldn't have worried, since his group was probably dealing with everything. At the same time, Vivia emerged from a dark corner of the dungeon somewhere. The bleeding guy who was barely leaning on his sword couldn't believe that he was calling himself a hero. He exclaimed that if things continued like this, they would die. But he didn't understand why this monster had appeared right here and now. Vivia was just in a terrible state, but for now, it was unknown what had happened to them. Someone's heavy breathing came from the depths of the dungeon. The person asked everyone to run faster. Tyria asked to stop and said that she could not run anymore. Ogre told Vivia that Papera and Alicia were still there. Vivia ordered him to shut up and not to talk about those who were not with them. They needed to run faster before their enemies caught up with them. While they were talking, a large slippery monster jumped out behind Vivia and was about to devour Vivia. The snake-worm-like monster hit the terrified Vivia with such force that the guy flew backwards and hit his back against the wall. The monster aimed its tail at the ogre. The tail slammed into the ogre's shield with all its might. The disgruntled Vivia didn't understand why Ogre was taking so long and asked to fulfill his role normally. But the Ogre exclaimed he was working as he always did. Their healing tools and mana were already at 0. Vivia didn't understand the reason. After all, it was just a normal dungeon. The guy couldn't understand how it was that he, being an SS-ranked hero, had gotten himself into such a situation. A few hours ago, their group had just approached the cursed cave. At that moment, Vivia thought that they would be able to get to the 50th layer. The whole group was confident in their success. After all, it wasn't the first time they had come here. The 50th layer, the theory said, was just right for the TS rank. Pupera thought that it would be easy for them since they had an S-rank person. Alicia asked if they had prepared the items for the battles. She was a little worried that something could go wrong. Vivia replied nonchalantly that it wasn't really necessary to bring special items on such an easy trek. But as long as they didn't have an Aryak with them, Alicia felt it was necessary to at least be prepared. Vivia explained that Alicia was worrying too much. Pupera didn't understand how the departure of this useless guy could have affected them either. She assumed that Alicia had simply doubted their magical support and had stopped trusting people altogether. That wasn't what Alicia had meant at all. Puperu was hurt by her answer, and she was also annoyed by Alicia's attitude towards her. Vivia turned to the girl and asked Puperu to stop. Since they didn't have an Aryak with them, then the task of lighting the way lay with her. Of course, it wasn't very convenient for her, but there was nothing to do. Vivia asked not to worry about it, for a great mage like her could easily handle it. Pupera confirmed his words. Besides, without a load, it would be easier for them to go. Theoria grinned and agreed with Mr. Vivia. Vivia put his arm around Theoria's shoulders and said that he also relied on her. Theoria blushed and happily promised to be of use to him. There was an unhealthy smirk on Vivia's face. It was clear that he only wanted to use them. The guy knew very well that both Tyria and Pupera were in love with him, so they were easy to manipulate. Alicia at the same time was quite a difficult girl, but Vivia was sure that soon she would be his. Besides, he was chosen to be the hero who would save this world. Vivia wanted to make this world his own by all means, and to rule it as he wished. Vivia suggested that they go on their way. He was going to make quick work of it and go back to celebrate the victory. Alicia realized there was nothing she could do about it, but she still warned them. As their group passed deep into the narrow dark corridor, bats circled over their heads, which tensed the entire team. Vivia snorted unhappily and said it was just a normal bat. Pupera exhaled with ease and said she was rather startled. The disgruntled Vivia called out to the Pupera with complaint. He asked to do something about that light, as they couldn't even see the enemies that were approaching them. The Pupera asked not to be so angry with her. She claimed that she had tried her best, but Vivia didn't believe her. He was incredulous that it was all she could do. Vivia bellowed that when they had the Aryak with them, he could light up the entire cave with it. Pupera had to agree with that. Alicia smiled slightly and said that there was no one else but him who could do the same. Vivia looked at Alicia unhappily and questioned what she said. Inside, the dungeon was alive and undead. Everything was imbued with magic down to the smallest detail, and they were unable to control said magic to illuminate the entire cave. That was exactly what Aryak had said earlier. Vivia snorted that it was clear even to a fool. At that moment, Vivia heard a noise behind him and looked around. A huge spider had crept up unnoticed and attacked the guy. Tyria reacted just in time and hit the monster with her fist. The huge spider flew a couple of meters and fell to the ground. Tyria suggested to stop it and not talk about the Aryak anymore. She asked the group to move on. While she was talking, the girl didn't even notice that the same spider was already sitting above her head. Tyria didn't understand how this was possible. An Ogre came to her side and covered her with his shield. While Ogre took the blow, Vivia began to charge the girl. He didn't understand why she didn't finish him off. After all, she had been able to do it with a single blow before. Tyria was slightly confused, but refused to believe it. She jumped up and started throwing multiple blows at the spider with lightning speed. The girl beat him for quite a while, but then decided to stop. While she was trying to catch her breath, Vivia clarified if she had indeed killed it. Elder cautiously approached the monster and confirmed that it was dead. The tired Theria didn't understand why she hadn't succeeded the first time. Elder was also surprised that he hadn't been able to fight it off so easily. Vivia gritted his teeth nervously and asked what was wrong with him today. Pupuru was greatly hurt by Vivia's words, who said that they were of no use to him at all. She didn't understand why Vivia was saying that about them. Vivia pulled a smile on his face and apologized for speaking too harshly. He had to agree to let the Pupura try harder too. The important thing for them now was that they could see the path itself, so it was all good. Tyria smiled and replied that everything was the way. Vivia thought that they had accumulated a lot of stress lately, but they were all coping together. Besides, they were all heroes. Vivia apologized for yelling at Pupera. Pupera replied that it was okay, although she was a little scared. Vivia smiled at the guys and offered to go on. Alicia wasn't sure if they were okay. They weren't used to fighting in the dark and in such conditions. Alicia suggested that the group go back and redo their plan. Vivia was furious that she was suggesting they go back, but held back the anger. Tyria didn't understand how she dared to say such a thing either. The guy asked Tyria to calm down. After all, everything was fine. He believed that Alicia was just worrying the most. But Vivia thought that it was completely unlike her. In other words, she was suggesting that they turn their backs on the enemy and run away. Vivia coldly said that they would continue on their way. After all, it was his hero's decision. Alicia remained silent and looked at him with an incredulous look. The other girls praised their leader and exclaimed that he was a real good boy. Vivia didn't doubt that. Vivia wanted Alicia's opinion and asked her a question. The girl silently walked forward and didn't say a word to him. In the back of his mind, Vivia was beginning to curse her. He doesn't understand how she had the guts to cross him and ignore him. This girl pissed him off and annoyed him. She was suggesting him to come back even though he was passing a ranked TS dungeon. If that happened, there would be no one to rely on and trust to run the kingdom. Besides, the Pupura couldn't light their weight properly, so they would stumble. Vivia didn't consider himself guilty of anything. And for some reason Tyria and Elder were immobile today too, even though he was pulling them all up. Vivia had noticed that they had passed through here before and told Terry so. He assumed they had gotten lost. The girl replied that it was quite dark here, so it was hard to see everything. Vivia explained that she had a map in her hand, and it wasn't the first time they had been here. Besides, the Aryak had shown them the way here, so he didn't see it as a problem. Alicia said that she was not an Aryak. That was the whole reason. Also, they had an unfinished map, so there might have been gaps in it. Even if it was finished, they still wouldn't be able to manage it in the dark. There was a mark on the map. It was the mark that the Aryak had left last time. If they turned here, they would be able to go down. Vivia didn't understand why she couldn't have mentioned it earlier. Before they went any further, Alicia wanted to make sure they were sure about this. There was only the 25th floor here, and they were halfway down. But as could be seen, they were all exhausted and tired by now. Aryak would tell them to head back up. Alicia hoped Vivia would take charge of their group. An angry Vivia approached Alicia and said that she had mentioned it before. Alicia thought that she should have thought twice, because it could have been even more dangerous from here on out. Vivia explained that they would do it with no problem, since conditions had only changed a little here. Besides, he didn't want to hear any more about their Aryak. Vivia insisted that they needed to get downstairs sooner rather than later. No sooner had he finished than the group noticed that black smoke had begun to thicken around them. Tyria felt a sudden rush of fear and asked what it was now. Shaking with fear, the Pupra assumed it was the boss. Vivia didn't think a boss could be in a place like this. Alicia sensed someone coming towards them and alerted the team. Tyria refused to believe it was serious. Vivia ordered everyone to get ready. Someone's blade and a dark silhouette of a leg appeared out of the darkness. From the looks of it, Vivia thought it was the usual corpse of a knight who had come back to life. The frightened Pupra breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. The guy asked everyone to calm down, as he was no danger to them. Vivia was sure that they would finish off the corpse of the knight, but admitted that he was able to scare them. Vivia drew his sword and said that such TS-ranked dungeon iron men were no match for them. With these words, he approached the enemy, and with one swipe knocked his helmet off the corpse's head. Pupera exclaimed that Vivia was beautiful, which Vivia himself did not doubt. Still, the guy admitted that it was a little sloppy. Vivia didn't even realize how the enemy's sword had ended up in his ribs. Vivia lowered his head and looked at the wound. His group was startled and froze in horror. The guy didn't understand why the corpse was still alive. After all, he had killed him. The skull that was lying on the ground laughed as his body was pierced by Vivia. Vivia was still trying to realize that he was currently injured and had a hole in his stomach. The hero screamed to the entire dungeon that it was simply impossible. His screams were drenched in pain and despair. The boy screamed to the entire dungeon and exclaimed that he was in pain. His pain was so intense that he couldn't move. Elgar asked Vivia to be careful. He saw that the corpse swung his bloody sword and was about to kill the guy. Elgar was about to stop the knight, but the decapitated body jumped aside. The knight picked up his laughing skull that was lying next to him. Elgar hadn't expected their opponent to be so fast. By some miracle, Vivia managed to escape, but Elgar's kick didn't work. Tyria couldn't believe that Mr. Vivia was wounded and Elgar's attacks didn't go through. An ordinary knight's corpse was quite strong. Pupera couldn't believe Tyria's words. The girls couldn't believe that the corpse of a knight could be that strong. This monster that was above level 20, but they always dealt with it. Elgar pointed his huge sword at the enemy. The knight lunged and attacked the Elgar. From the look of Elgar, it was quite hard for him to hold back the onslaught of such an enemy. Vivia didn't realize what he was doing and ordered him to quickly fight back. The boy assumed the Elgar's muscles were just for show-off. Elgar ordered him to shut up, not understanding his conversation that he didn't understand since when Vivia became so smart. Vivia was offended by his words and asked him to remember who he was dealing with. Tyria appeared behind them and prepared to strike. She warned that the boys were in her way and said she would try an attack. The girl hit the skeleton with all her might with her fist, but there wasn't a scratch on it. Tyria didn't understand how her attack could fail to work on her opponent. The skeleton smirked and hit Tyria back. Moreover, the opponent used magic and paralyzed Tyria with it. A beam of magic hit the Tyria in the stomach, and it hit the Tyria's back painfully against the wall. Falling to the ground, the Tyria spit up clots of blood. Pupera couldn't believe that the Tyria had been defeated so easily. She thought it was impossible, and it couldn't have happened. Vivia remembered that Pupera could use healing magic and asked to use it. The Pupera was horrified and exclaimed that she had already used it a long time ago. Her attack and defense powers were the same as always. Vivia couldn't believe her words and exclaimed that it simply couldn't be. Finally, their group could see their true power. Vivia still didn't believe it until now. While the group was in confusion, the corpse of the knight struck the Elgar, and the man fell to the ground right in front of the shocked Vivia. Vivia kept repeating in his head that it was a lie. He was an ES rank hero, and could not lose to an opponent like him. Tears came out of Vivia's eyes. The guy became furious and asked how this could have happened. At this moment, he felt Alicia use the space treatment and apply the angel's breath to them. As if out of nowhere, white light feathers appeared. Alicia healed her group and enveloped the dark cave with a healing white light. The group began to feel a surge of strength. Vivia was able to rise slightly and covered his wound with his hand. Alicia wanted to answer his question and walked over to Vivia. She replied that all of this happened because there was no Aryak here. Vivia didn't understand why she was talking about him now. After all, he was always at the end of the line and had a minor role. Now Vivia was sure that he had absolutely nothing to do with it. Alicia silently opened the potion bottle. She poured the potion on the corpse of the knight, and the enemy stepped back as if poison had been poured on him. Alicia still decided to explain what was going on here, because their group would probably never figure it out on their own. All of their skills were only working well because they were supported by Aryak's skills. With such skills, he would easily become a rank adventurer. Vivia shouted that it was all untrue and their strength was a credit to them. Vivia shouted that it was his true power. Alicia recalled that Aryak had explained it to them all earlier, but they didn't seem to have heard him. She agreed and asked them to think the way they wanted to think. Alicia warmly remembered the Aryak and thought that the man would not worry about such a thing. Vivia didn't understand what she was talking about. Alicia suggested that they rebuild the formation, especially since they had more or less recovered and could walk. Now that they didn't have the Aryak with them, she didn't know if they would be able to make their escape. Vivia didn't understand what kind of escape she was talking about. She hoped the group would be okay with it. Alicia warned the guys that otherwise their group would die. The boys' faces turned pale with fear when they heard her words. Alicia walked forward and motioned for them to leave. They would be making their way out of this dungeon. On the way, Vivia felt a wild shortness of breath. He cursed and said they were only on the 15th layer, but his stamina was already leaving him. He knew that Alicia could cast better sorcery and told her so. Alicia agreed, but saw no point in it, for their mana was almost at 0. In that case, Vivia offered to recover with items, but Alicia reminded him that they didn't have much of either. Vivia reached out to Pupera and said she had potions and ordered her to give them here. Pupera refused and said she needed them too. Pupera reminded that she needed to use her magic too. Vivia didn't understand her and said that she didn't use it at all. Pupera explained that she was now regaining her strength and her magic was almost surpassing 10,000 units. Vivia then decided to turn to Alicia. He wanted to know if the Pupera was really telling him the truth. Pupera didn't understand why he didn't believe her. Alicia sighed heavily and agreed to answer if he wanted it so badly. In fact, Pupera had almost no magic left. Pupera blushed with anger and ordered her not to be bullied. As proof, she could hold a light around them. Tyrion noticed that her light was honestly darker than before. Vivia looked at the Pupera unhappily. The girl replied that she had expended a lot of magic, and it was natural, but still she was trying to restore it. Alicia told the Pupera that previously her magic was equal to 10,000. She only reached that number because Aryak was nearby and supported her with her skill. Pupera didn't understand what Alicia was talking about. Apparently, she was just as likely as the others to not listen to him. Pupera laughed nervously and said it was nonsense. She ordered Alicia not to talk nonsense and grabbed her by her cloak. Alicia had suffered before because of the bullying from her side, but now she was making herself special. Pupera ordered her not to behave like that. Elgar wanted to stop Pupera because she was clearly overreacting. Pupera explained that Alicia pretended to be strong, although she was not. But Alicia thought that Pupera should have stopped acting like that. Her words so infuriated the Pupera that she was ready to explode with anger. Unable to withstand the pressure, The Pupera swung her fist at Alicia and ordered her to shut her ugly mouth. Elgar asked her not to do that. No sooner had the Pupera struck her ally than black smoke began to billow around them. A voice from the dungeon told the boys that they were quite noisy. The voice said that they had gathered in a small pack and were making so much noise that they were keeping him awake. Vivia asked, pinching him, for he couldn't believe his eyes. In front of them was the very real huge Fenrir. The huge wolf looked at the frightened Vivia. The boy's eyes reflected despair and helplessness. He didn't understand why the 99th layer monster was here. Alicia and the others stared at the Fenrir in horror. They didn't understand what he could be doing here. Fenrir thought that since they had come here of their own free will, they were either insignificant bugs or wanted to be his dinner. In front of them stood the real hellhound Fenrir. His bloodlust was astounding. He was rumored to dwell on the 99th level, but Vivia didn't understand why he would come down here to the lower floors in such a case. It was said that even adventurers of ES rank could barely handle him. Pupera thought that they should flee. Vivia asked them not to make any sudden movements, for if they provoked him, they would be destroyed in an instant. Vivia was sure that earlier they could have fought him, but now they had nothing left but to run away. But their enemy was the Fenrir, and the guy realized that they couldn't do that so easily. They had to make someone to bait this beast. Alicia was an adventurer of ES rank, and they also needed her as a healer. Elgar could still be used as a tank, and Tyria also played an important role in the battle. After recovering, she would be able to move. Then it was left to think about the Pupera. Pupera suggested to the Hiro-sama to wait for a convenient moment and run away from here. Before she could say that, Vivia punched the girl in the stomach with her fist. The girl fell on her knees, not understanding what happened to Vivia-san. Pupera screamed in pain. Elgar didn't understand what was going on here and ran up to the guys. As expected, Pupera had a stash of potions hidden all this time. Vivia was going to take it all for an escape. The startled Elgar warned that now was not the time to fight. Vivia called him a fool and exclaimed that he should have called for help, and that was the only way out. In other words, he meant that they would leave the Pupera here. Elgar felt that they couldn't leave her here. Vivia replied that she had no more magical power, so it would be best to move on to those who could still fight. If they couldn't get out, there would be no one to call for help. Pupera couldn't believe her ears and called out to the hero lord. At that moment, Tyria walked past her. Tyria said that if they don't hurry, they won't be able to call for help. Pupera realized that Tyria was also going along with them and thought it was some kind of joke. Vivia put his hand on the girl's shoulder and asked her to hold still until help arrived. He asked to make sure she would buy enough time as bait before she died. The hero called out to Alicia and suggested they move on, but Alicia said she was staying here and would hold off the Fenrir. Vivia didn't understand what she was saying. Alicia walled off Vivia's group and told them to get out of here. Vivia realized she had used a magical barrier and thought it might have bought them time to escape. Satisfied, Vivia said he understood and asked them to hold out until help arrived. Until then, the saint had been useful, so her leaving the group was a big loss. Vivia was worried that if his life was saved at the sacrifice of the other two, it could come out wrong for him. The confused Tyria asked Mr. Vivia to wait a bit. Elgar realized there was nothing he could do about it and cursed. Pupera believed to the last that it was a joke, but apparently the boys were really going to leave them behind. While Alicia calmly prepared to fight, Pupera hammered her fists into the wall and screamed that they were comrades after all. She said she would never forgive them for that. Finally, when the Pupera lost sight of the group, she cursed them. Behind her back, she heard the quiet voice of Fenrir. The wolf offered to kill her instantly, so she wouldn't even have time to swear. Alicia calmly told the Fenrir that he had carte blanche to do so. Fenrir said he really could have done it. Alicia admitted that it was a little disappointing, but what was. Alicia sighed heavily and said that if she had been here alone, she would have behaved differently. Puppera didn't understand why Alicia was talking for so long. She didn't want to die here and asked her to do something. Instead, Alicia looked coldly at the frightened Puppera and asked her to be quiet for at least a minute. She asked not to worry, because she wasn't going to die yet either. Fenrir saw determination in the girl's eyes. He thought that the girl was going to avenge her hapless comrades, who had escaped, or was it about saving the world? The girl replied that she didn't care about such nonsense as revenge and the cause. The girl confessed to the beast that she had only one hope. Alicia's eyes lit up with bright sparks of hope. She explained that she would like to meet Aryak again and make love to him. No one in the room had expected such a turn of events. Fenrir was stunned, and Puppera opened her mouth in shock. Puppera did not understand what Alicia was saying. Alicia blushed and asked her to ignore it. But the girl was glowing with happiness, remembering the image of her dear one. She said that they were talking about the only hero in the world, Mr. Aryak. Puppera couldn't believe it. She didn't understand why Alicia was saying that. After all, without unique skills, he was of no use. Apparently, the Puppera was being disrespectful to the Aryak. With a strained smile and staff in hand, Alicia approached the Puppera, and the girl felt kind of scared. Alicia explained that it was not true, and the Aryak had unique skills. But the assessing officer had earlier said otherwise according to the Puppera. According to Alicia, his very existence was unique. Alicia came to her senses and apologized to the Fenrir. She asked to be allowed to talk to the Puppera for a little more time. The Fenrir was perfectly fine with that, and said that it would likely be interesting. Alicia didn't expect him to approve, and thanked him profusely. Puppera didn't think it was possible to do that at all. Alicia said that she had already studied books from all over the continent, and came up with an answer. The unique skill of a hero was the accompanying god. Puppera had never heard of this skill before, and asked her to wait a bit. After all, she had heard of it somewhere. Alicia replied that it was a fairy tale that was already 10,000 years old. When they were children, they were told the tale by a grandmother from the suburbs. When a hero appeared who would save the world, he was given the skill of accompanying God. If Puppera understood correctly, Alicia was talking about Aryak being a god. Alicia replied that it was more of a legendary expression. Aryak was not God himself, but was chosen by him. In the fairy tale, God also called a hero whom he commissioned to save the world. Aryak fit exactly the characteristics of such a person. As for status assistance, storing items, and going through the dungeon, it was only because of his presence that their group progressed successfully. He had the skill of superior support, just as described in the tale. Puppera must have understood everything by now. The entire strength of their group rested on one Aryak. This fact was confirmed by today's incident, and Puppera must have realized it by now. Puppera began to guess who they really were. Her face twisted in a grimace and turned pale. Fenrir hovered over the girls' heads and hoped they were done by now. Alicia admitted that she had taken too long, but since she had talked about her favorite Aryak, that meant that was the end of it. Alicia gave the Puppera all the potion supplies and said she could use it on the road. She wanted the Puppera to use them and catch up with the others. Puppera couldn't do that, and she was scared. Alicia said that if she did, she would just be killed. Fenrir agreed with her words, because it was not a big deal for him to kill the gnats. In that case, Alicia asked if he could let the gnats go. Fenrir bared his sharp fangs and said that would not do. He had been here for a very long time. He was bored, so he needed something to entertain himself. As soon as the Fenrir released his magic power, the ground beneath his feet began to crumble. Puppera grabbed all the potions and ran away from Alicia under pleas for help. Alicia had no idea that the girl would run away so soon, and with what she had given her. Fenrir said that the barrier had been removed and now he could go after her even now. Alicia replied with a cold stare that she didn't care at all. Fenrir felt that the atmosphere had changed. This barrier was not to let them escape, but to prevent them from interfering with them. Fenrir felt some sort of uneasy feeling and suggested that they finish talking. He swung his huge clawed paw and struck exactly where the girl stood. But he was surprised that such a small girl was able to stop his big paw with a staff. Alicia didn't understand his surprise. He obviously thought he would defeat her with a single blow. The Fenrir's teeth gritted again in anger. The Fenrir's onslaught was so strong that Alicia's feet began to go under. Alicia swung her staff and pulled the Fenrir's paw away from her. From now on, the saint was going to fight at full strength and offered the Fenrir to fight in earnest. As the fight progressed, the Fenrir dodged Alicia's attacks as the girl attacked him with her staff. He didn't like the outcome of the fight. He could not believe that this could have happened to him, and he doubted that Alicia was human. Alicia had said that she was not experiencing the support of the Aryak right now, so she was still weak. Fenrir couldn't believe that she was weaker than usual, but she was fighting on par with him. Alicia was behind the wolf's back in an instant and swung her staff. At the very last moment, the Fenrir bounced back from the blow and Alicia's staff flew into the ground with insane force. Alicia had simply inhuman strength, and the Fenrir wondered where she had learned these techniques. Alicia agreed to answer his questions. The girl pointed her finger at the Fenrir and said that she just practiced a lot. The Fenrir, of course, didn't believe her words and asked her not to lie to him. Alicia insisted that she practiced like crazy, but she was surpassing the level for practice. Alicia jabbed her finger at the Fenrir again and asked him to listen to her. She practiced hard every day, and it was a result of her hard work on herself. She had put too much effort into it. Fenrir didn't understand why she needed to get so strong. The girl's eyes lit up again as she began to talk about the Aryak. Earlier, the boy had asked for her to get stronger. Alicia believed that if she became stronger, she wouldn't be ashamed to stand next to him. He was too strong, so he saved her all the time. But in that case, he wouldn't even look at her as a girl. It was necessary to be in a power-balance relationship, otherwise there was no use for her. In short, Alicia was doing her best for the Aryak. Fenrir recalled that she had been spoken of as a great saint, but she assured him that this same Aryak was stronger than she was. Alicia confirmed this, but she did not consider herself a great saint. She just wanted Aryak to pay attention to her as a person. In other words, he hadn't looked at her as a girl yet. Listening to Alicia, the Fenrir felt as if he was looking at her as a sister. The girl turned pale and said it was only a matter of time. In general, her strength was an indication of effort to go through life with the Aryak. That was the true power of love. Fenrir laughed and admitted that she was quite interesting. He had never met anyone like her. The girl looked at the Fenrir with loving eyes and assumed he enjoyed talking about the Aryak. But the Fenrir replied that he didn't and asked him to stop it. Alicia assumed that the Fenrir was trapped here, and the wolf confirmed her guess. It looked like he would also meet his death here. He had had a rather boring and lonely life, and so now he wanted to fight Alicia. It all sounded rather sad to Alicia. She immediately thought that this would not please the Aryak. In that case, Alicia offered her option. If she won, the Fenrir was to fulfill one wish of hers, and asked him for his opinion. Fenrir agreed and said he would keep his word. Alicia was pleased with this decision and warned that she was attacking. Fenrir was already ready to continue the fight. This time, the wolf decided to attack first and lunged at Alicia. Their fight continued for a while longer. Still, the huge wolf slumped with his back against the wall, and the tired Alicia crouched down next to the huge monster. She reminded the Fenrir that she had won this fight after all. Fenrir bowed his big head to the girl and admitted his defeat. Now she could ask him for something. She could take his life and the elixir that gives the right to infinite existence, or the legendary sword and treasure. But Alicia already knew what she would ask him for. She smiled sincerely at the Fenrir and offered to be his pet. The wolf thought he heard what she said and questioned what she said. The girl exclaimed excitedly that he was quite strong. Besides, he had said himself that he was sick of being here. So she would have been glad if the Fenrir had gone along with her. But the wolf replied that he couldn't do that. Alicia didn't understand why, because he had said he would keep his word if he lost. The fact was that he was cursed and could never leave this dungeon alive. He could be her familiars, but as long as he was imprisoned in the dungeon, he couldn't be of any use to her. Fenrir asked Alicia for forgiveness, but he only dreamed of traveling with her for a short time. Alicia then asked to enter the field for items when he was in suspension. Fenrir didn't understand what she was talking about. Alicia reminded him that he had said earlier about not getting out of here alive. That meant that if he died, he could get out of here. He could easily get out of the dungeon if he died in the item box. Then he would be treated as an item. Fenrir didn't seem to quite understand what she meant. The wolf asked what she was going to do with the dead body. Alicia replied that there was no problem with that. His body could be revived within hours of death. Alicia said she could use reanimation magic. As far as the Fenrir knew, few mages could use that magic. He called her a little princess, but Alicia didn't understand what he meant. She blushed and admitted that even Aryak had praised her for her knowledge of this magic, and how to use this item box was his idea. She was proud of it because it was a technique that could only be achieved because of his idea and her magic. Fenrir covered his eyes and said that it was very good. It didn't matter to him whether he stayed alive or died. He was already satisfied with the fact that he had met Alicia. It was probably his first and last time. And if he could truly come back to life, he would like to meet the very Aryak that made her say that. Alicia held out her hand to the Fenrir and smiled. She said they could meet him when she brought him back to life. The wolf called himself a Fenrir, the 10th of the sacred beasts. Henceforth he swore to obey Alicia and her friend Aryak. Alicia touched her hand to the Fenrir's nose and covered her eyes. Just as he had done with the heroes of old, he vowed to obey them, as he had once obeyed his heroes. Now he should have gotten some sleep. Alicia said goodbye to Mr. Fenrir until they met again. When they went outside, she would find a large secluded place to resuscitate him. Fenrir had one thing to say, for most likely she misunderstood him. The Fenrir was actually female. He could take human form. So if he could get out of here, he could do that. Alicia was totally not expecting this turn of events. Plus, she didn't understand how he could take human form. She wanted to ask about it, but the Fenrir had already fallen asleep. For some reason, she had a bad feeling, for the Fenrir could be a very beautiful woman. If that was the case, they should avoid the Aryak meeting her. But she wanted to show him that she had turned the Fenrir into a tame familiar. Alicia sighed and thought that it wouldn't be a big deal. She finally had the chance she had been waiting for. After that, Alicia was able to make her way back to the city without any problems. There she surprised everyone with her unexpected news. Everyone, including Vivia, didn't understand how saintly Alicia could leave their group. But the girl confirmed that she would do it. Vivia was of course glad she made it out alive, but she wasn't supposed to leave the group. Alicia refused and said that she had already made up her mind. She replied that she couldn't fight anymore. Thanks to this incident, she had an excuse to leave them in peace. She was getting nervous because she couldn't immediately leave the group of heroes because of her title as the daughter of the great saints. After the fierce battle with the Fenrir, she was badly wounded and needed a long treatment, so she was leaving the group of heroes. The girl decided that she was very lucky. Before leaving, she turned her attention to Pupera, who was sitting silently off to the side. Alicia was of course a little worried, but apparently she was able to return as well. Elder replied that there was nothing that could be done about it. The next assignment would be easier if she stayed. Alicia wondered about their assignment. The girl placed a letter from the kingdom on the table. It was addressed to the hero of Vivia. As a result of the kingdom's council, they were sentenced to the following punishments. Vivia was going to have the sacred sword of Langris confiscated. In addition, a quest of rank had to be completed to get the sacred sword back. The angry Vivia replied that the kingdom was overreacting to everything. The punishment was too heavy, and it was only 2 days ago. In his opinion, they judged too quickly. Pupera decided to respond and said that they were taking it seriously. She thought that a hero who abandoned his comrades and ran away was unworthy of the holy sword. That was exactly what Pupera thought of him. Vivia abruptly approached the girl and grabbed her by her clothes. He reminded her that she had also escaped without Alicia, and so she could avoid playing the victim. Elder pushed Vivia away and asked him to stop. They should have stopped talking about this and talked about the new team members. Alicia was surprised that they had already found new people. Vivia confirmed this and said that they didn't have a porter this time, and they decided to bring in one of their best. It was a porter named Vashta. The hero had a replacement for him. He offered to go on to the next task and correct this silly blunder. Pupera was apparently not happy about it. Vivia explained that he had been given a ranky assignment where he would finish it quickly and make the guys in the kingdom apologize to him at least once. Tyria thought the same thing. Alicia hurriedly left the place, but Vivia forgot to tell her something. He told Alicia that he would leave an empty seat for her. Until the last moment, Vivia hoped she'd stay. But the girl just smiled and told them to take care of themselves and said goodbye. The group with stone faces looked at Alicia. A happy Alicia walked towards the forest and smiled at the sun. She raised her hands in the air and exclaimed that she was finally free and could go to Aryak. She missed Aryak madly. It took a while, but he could wait for her a little longer. With those words, Alicia took out a small doll in the form of a hero. With eyes sparkling with happiness, Alicia told the doll that she was already on her way to him. Shortly after Alicia left, Aryak and Colette saved the town of Medicine from danger from a group of demons. Aryak was not yet aware of the confiscation of the heroic group's sacred sword. Meanwhile, Aryak and Colette were walking into the fertile forest where the elves lived. Colette exclaimed happily that it was quite a beautiful and expansive forest. However, judging by the group of elves who aimed arrows at them and stopped the cart, they were not very welcome. Apparently, Colette only thought they were welcome. However, judging by the group of elves who aimed arrows at them and stopped the cart, they were not very welcome. Apparently, Colette only thought they were welcome. One of the elven women clarified if the Aryak in front of them were indeed Aryak. She called them the proud elven people guarding these forests. Their leader, Master Hayes, had business to attend to, so he would go with them without asking any questions. The elven woman warned him right away that if they resisted, he could be sure of what he would get from them. The hero didn't think their chieftain wanted him as a guest and assumed he could refuse them. In that case, the girl replied that they would use force on them. With her words, several archers fired arrows at the carriage, but Colette was already at the ready. Colette instantly burned all of their weapons to the ground. Colette didn't understand how they had the nerve to order her master around. She thought that burning them, he would simply not be enough. Aryak asked the girl to be a little calmer. Aryak admitted that he was sorry that his partner had set their weapons on fire. But they didn't deserve that, and wanted to know what was going on here. The elfess yelled that he was a danger to the forest, and ordered them to drag him by hand if they didn't have a bow and arrow. Aryak used the skill increased strength and ordered them all to calm down. He swung his fist and startled the elves with his blow. The elven girl exclaimed that he had simply monstrous strength. With that power and a girl who could control fire, they would weaken this forest even more. The hero didn't understand what she was talking about. After all, he wasn't some cataclysmic catalyst. The elf and the rest of her group raised their hands in the air. She decided that there was nothing to be done about it. Apologizing, she said they had to do it to protect the forest. The wind around the heroes picked up, and the boys put their heads up. The elves had used the Wind King's protection and caused a whirlwind around the bystanders. The lad knew it was the most powerful spell the elves had. The elfess had warned that if they touched this wind, they would be torn to pieces. If they didn't want to be torn to pieces, they had to kneel and surrender on the spot. Colette asked the Aryak to use the flame of her love to blow away the pressure of the wind. The hero replied that it would do too much damage to the elves and trees in the forest. He asked her if she could be a little restrained. Colette explained that it was impossible to be restrained after such a cruel act. The hero thought they were in a rather ridiculous situation. Their bloodshot eyes and tired faces told that the elves were not in their right mind. They could take them prisoner, but in such a state, they would not even be able to have a normal dialogue with them. The hero decided to calm them down by showing them that they had no intention of attacking them. The guy took his hand out of the vortex, after which the wind currents traveled to his entire body and began to cut him. The elves were shocked that the man just walked out of the vortex bleeding and fell to the ground. One of the elves asked him to be more careful and ran up to him. She was obviously worried and hoped he was still alive. The elfess didn't understand what he had decided to kill himself for. It was hard for the guy to tell how reinforced he was when he was covered in blood. The elfess looked at the guy fearfully and stood in a stupor. The guy covered in blood asked not to worry about him and got to his feet. He thought that everything was fine since he had improved all his stats. The elf didn't understand how this was possible, for he had lost a lot of blood. According to the guy, it was the least he could do to let them know that he wasn't going to attack them even in this condition. He crouched down on the ground, and Colette walked over to make sure the master was alright. The hero called them proud elven people and asked if they wanted to talk to him about the disaster. The elven woman crinkled her face, not knowing what to say to him. At that moment, a young elven woman ran up to them and asked what they were doing. She explained that before them was the great sage Aryak and Lady Colette, whom they were not to touch. The elfess was startled when she saw Princess Sarah here and asked her what she was doing here. The princess ignored her words and knelt in front of the Aryak and Colette. The girl introduced herself as the sister of the elf chief and apologized for the rudeness of her people. She called them unfortunate people who, out of their love for the forest, were bound by old traditions and misunderstood what they should have done. The girl bowed to the ground and asked for mercy for them. The hero did not object at all. The elven girl meanwhile asked Princess Sarah to raise her head. She felt that bowing down to this man was a disgrace to their family. In response, the disgruntled princess asked to watch her words. In front of them were the heroes who had saved medicine from 1,000 demons. In front of them was the great sage Aryak and Colette. They must surely have heard these rumors, but elves did not believe such rumors. Colette of course knew that the master was a celebrity, but not that much. Even the elves who avoided contact with the outside world had heard of him. The princess said She had seen everything with her own eyes. Hero and Colette were confused. The girl replied that she would never forget the experience. At that moment, she had almost been killed by an orc, and the Aryak herself had gallantly saved her. The hero and the Colette understood absolutely nothing. The boy asked not to tell him that she was the adventurer elf. The princess replied that she was. Colette screamed that it just couldn't be. But the princess was good at pretending to be someone else as she ran away from the forest. The elfess was horrified when she found out that the princess had made it out of the forest alone again. In the hero's opinion, she was one hell of an attractive tomboy princess. Hearing those words, the elfess glared menacingly at the boy. Of course, she was grateful to them for saving their princess. The princess interrupted her and explained that they should have thanked them for everything. The girl asked them to come to the elf village. The elf girl called out to the princess and said that it would be a disaster. The princess asked not to be hurt by her refusal to the one who saved her life. She didn't believe that the elf girl could just let it go. The girl understood and agreed. According to her, it was the least they could do to show their courtesy. Colette was thrilled that they were allowed to enter the village. The princess smiled at the Colette and promised to show her around. One of the soldiers asked if they really wanted to let them into the village. The girl replied that she understood perfectly and decided to send word to Master Hyas immediately. With a grim face, the elf girl said that disaster was coming to the village. Soon the protagonists, along with the elves, reached their village. Colette was in awe of the elf village. She explained that it was beautiful here. Guy noticed that at the sight of them, some of the elves began to close their windows immediately. When Colette saw the river, she was surprised that there were quite a few snags. The princess replied that they were dead trees and had been brought here by the current. Still, Colette thought there were quite a few. The princess suggested they go to her house for now. A sumptuous table with delicious food was waiting for them right at the entrance. The elfess asked them to come in and take as much as they wanted. Colette began devouring the meat with wild speed and exclaimed that it was delicious. The princess was glad that they were enjoying everything. Aryak didn't expect a home-cooked meal from the elven princess herself. The princess apologized, but it was the only way to repay him for everything. Besides, she would be happy to be called by her name Sarah. Colette grinned and thought the princess was flirting with him, but the girl didn't understand what Colette was talking about. Aryak replied that she had something to tell him. He asked her to tell him the reason why it was called the Ominous Forest and what was going on around it now. Hearing this, the girl hung her head sadly. The thing was that about a year ago, the trees in the fertile forest started dying one by one. She was referring to the dead snag she had mentioned earlier. The area around this village was less affected by the extinction. The forest could be seen just from their window. Deep in the heart of the great forest, there was a terrible atmosphere. In this area, the trees were all dead by now, and it happens all the time, even on sunny days. Colette looked out the window and saw an ominous dark cloud there. The hero thought it was the effect of a magical element. For whatever reason, there was a noticeable accumulation of bad spirits here. Perhaps monsters were starting to appear there. The princess confirmed this and said that the trees in the forest that served as protection had withered and become unsafe. They were losing their nerve with each passing day. If the forest continued to die, the elves' survival would be jeopardized. Colette warned that they were not to blame her master for this. The princess was in perfect agreement with her, but her brother says he has studied all the literature on the subject. He had come up with only one answer: the existence of Aryak, who was excluded from the party of heroes and is the cause of the disaster. Aryak suggested that it could be related to the story of the pact between the heroes and the elves. Colette had never heard of this pact before. The heroes said that in the past, previous heroes had made a pact with the elves to protect them with the sacred blessing of the great forest. Even the elves who hated humans were favored by the heroes. They were allowed to roam freely in the great forest. The same is true for the current heroes. As an outcast from the party of heroes, Aryak was considered a nuisance to others. He was also considered a nuisance by the elves who were allies of the heroes. A nuisance without the blessing of the saints and heroes brought bad luck. The sad princess confirmed his words. Colette exclaimed that she was making it all up. Besides, the forest curses and leaving the group were not at the same time. The princess agreed with her. Even if it was necessary to protect the forest, her brother no longer saw any other ways to solve the problem. The princess felt that Mr. Aryak was not a disaster. He was, on the contrary, a hope bringing them salvation. The princess folded her hands in supplication and approached the Aryak. She knew it was a selfish request, but then again, just like in the city, she wished she could ask for the elves' forest to be saved. One of the elves opened the door abruptly and said it was not necessary. The princess saw her brother in the passage and asked him to stop. The angry brother told Sarah that she had summoned disaster to their village and was now begging him to save them. He did not understand what his sister was doing. The princess tried to convince her brother that the Aryak was not the cause and asked him to talk to her. But in response, his brother only put shackles on his sister's hands. He did not understand how the Master Aryak was not ashamed, and he told his sister that she would go to prison to think about her behavior. Tears welled up in the princess's eyes with resentment. She looked pitifully at her brother. Aryak was not going to look at that, and with one hand he shattered the shackles on the girl's arms. He apologized for interrupting their fun, but as he had already realized, the elf chieftain needed him. The hero offered in that case to start by talking to him. With that suggestion, he dumped the remains of the handcuffs on the floor. When the hero destroyed the shackles with a single hand, the princess's brother stood in a stupor. The elf's pale face turned pale with fear as he looked at the guy's hand. He was simultaneously angry and scared. The princess's brother wanted to know what the hero was going to do, but as he could see, Aryak merely broke the handcuffs. Aryak saw no need to shackle the princess, for the disaster itself was before them. He reminded them that he was here, and he wasn't running or hiding from them. The princess' brother grabbed the boy by his clothes with fury and toppled him over onto the table. The food that was on the table flew to the ground with a clatter. The princess was as horrified by what she saw as Colette was. The princess's brother shouted that he was making a hero of himself, even though he had been kicked out of the group. Plus, he'd come to their village all skinned up. While the hero was listening to him and lying meekly on the table, Colette ordered him to stop. The girl walked up to the princess's brother and gave him a hate-filled, bloodthirsty look. The hero assured her that he was fine, so she could calm down. Colette was furious that they had wasted Sulphur's home-cooked food, and that was already unforgivable. His brother was puzzled and didn't understand why there was such an aura from the girl that made him unable to even breathe. It was not fear, but something more. His brother tried to calm down and not be afraid, for they said that this Aryak was talentless. If they could catch him, they could stop the extinction of the great forest. The princess' brother ordered the two to be captured now and thrown into a prison that could collect magic. A whole crowd of elves began to make their way into the house. Colette suggested to the Aryak to finish talking, but the Aryak didn't even realize what was going on. The princess called out to Mr. Aryak and Mrs. Colette. She pointed them to the window and asked them to come this way. She said that they needed to escape for a while. With these words, the princess and the main characters jumped out of the window. Earlier, Colette had thought that Sarah was rather modest. The girl smiled and replied that 3 times a week she escaped from the forest and became an adventurer. The hero noticed that the guards here were much more distracted than he had thought. They had no time for chatter now. The princess motioned for them to leave the village soon and follow her. No sooner had they escaped than there was an explosion behind the princess. The explosion occurred exactly where the heroes were standing. The princess looked back in horror and called out to Mr. Aryak and Mrs. Colette. Her brother was right behind her back and shouted that this was outrageous. He did not understand how they dared to take his little sister Sarah away. Besides, they needed to find out what was causing the forest to die, and he was going to take the children of the disaster alive. His brother clenched his fist and said he had changed his mind. The elf decided he should have left mercy behind. He destroyed the trees that stood at his back with wind. This great barrier of the Wind King was the strongest wind spell. Its power was rather not the barrier, but the deadly magic that had superior killing power. The elf ordered the disaster named Aryak to die. He warned that his barrier would not stop until it had torn them apart. The princess stared at her brother's wind barrier in horror. Despair was evident in her eyes. The princess couldn't believe her eyes and began to mourn for Mr. Aryak and Mrs. Colette. When the wind vortex dissipated, the heroes were no longer there. The princess's brother thought that Aryak had said many words to them, and there was nothing he could do. At least that should have stopped the fading. But behind him, the elf heard Aryak's voice telling him that he was rejoicing early. Colette and the Aryak appeared completely unharmed and stood at his back. The princess was madly glad they had survived, but her brother didn't understand how that was possible. Aryak said he used the false target skill. He created a doppelganger that acts as a decoy, and then Colette came up behind him using his master's visibility isolation skill. Last time the Aryak used special magic to speak, but this time even that didn't work. He was able to get rid of the barrier with a decoy. His brother didn't understand what he was saying. Aryak didn't want to resist anymore and hoped the elf would be satisfied with that. According to him, he could go to prison if he wanted to. The hero assumed they wanted to capture him alive to learn how to stop the withering. The princess's brother assumed he just wanted to live and agreed with him. Colette wanted to make sure the master was all right. Shackles were placed on his hands. The boy replied that it was too early to tell. He suggested that the elf think hard. It was unlikely that the great forest would stop dying until he was imprisoned. The princess's brother replied that the sealed prison of their village had the peculiarity of reflecting all magic from within. It was impossible for her to interfere with magic from the outside because it was a waste for them, who were rumored to be good for nothing. The elf didn't know how the Aryak did it, and said that even the power of his disaster was blocked. The hero asked to think about what was happening in front of him, and not to look away. He had to judge with his own eyes and ears, not by what people said. The elf creased his face, and said that they were quite naive. After this conversation, he ordered the heroes to be taken to the prison. As they approached the prison, Colette assumed it was a flying prison. Directly in front of them, a carved oval resembling an egg hovered over the ground. The elves' magical technique was indeed impressive. The heroes said it looked quite unusual, but its interior must have been interesting too. He couldn't wait to go inside and see what was in there. Colette admitted that she wasn't in the mood for jail time. Colette and the boy were eventually put in separate cells. Colette was extremely unhappy about this, but the hero apparently didn't care. One of the soldiers reported the disaster Aryak was imprisoned. All they had to do was wait a little longer. The elf thanked for the information and motioned for the soldier to go downstairs. Colette was surprised to see Sulfur here and didn't understand how she had managed to get here. The princess hesitated to answer. She said that when they tried to get them out, there was such a commotion that she had no choice. Plus, she was afraid of what he would think of her if she got out of here alone. Colette sarcastically apologized for them dragging her into this. But the princess was on the contrary glad that she could be near Mr. Aryak. Colette didn't realize how soon she was going to come to her senses and try to get them out of this prison. The boy asked for it to stop. This prison repelled physical attacks as well, but the girls didn't understand how he knew that. The hero knew very well how such magic worked. He wasn't sure if Colette was going to attack physically, but it was best not to try it yet. It would be very difficult to settle later. According to Colette, that didn't mean they couldn't escape from here. The princess was surprised that she was going to do that, but thought it was impossible. The girl was even more surprised when Aryak confirmed that they could have gotten out of here. According to him, this prison was set up in such a way that it reflected magic. If that was the case, it was possible to use a conversion skill to change the principle to absorb magic. This prison did not have a place for magic to accumulate, so it would quickly overflow and collapse. The princess was surprised and exclaimed that she had never heard of this. As expected of a wizard, Colette suggested that he use it as soon as possible. But the hero refused to do so and said that he planned to stick around a little longer. Colette didn't understand what that was for. She thought that being here was rather foolish honesty. Reflecting on his plan, the boy said that time would tell. As a result, a whole week had already passed since then. The elves were puzzled and frightened by what they had seen. A horrifying picture appeared before their eyes. Somewhere in the depths of the forest lay a torn deer, and around it all the nearest trees were destroyed. On the trunks of the trees were someone's horrifying claw marks. One of the elves said that it was simply horrible because the monster had devoured everything. It happened the day before yesterday, when one of the elves couldn't come here because of the rainstorm. The princess's brother heard the elves start talking about the Aryak. This infuriated the elf, and he ordered the others to remove the corpses here. He warned that if the rotting continued, they would need to gather magical essence. The princess' brother ordered the royal guard to reinforce the barrier against the monsters and told them to get to work. The elf kept cursing this and thought their disaster Aryak was already a week in prison, but they had no signs of improvement. Apparently the cause was something else after all, and they had to start all over again. Earlier, Hayes had been named the new head and asked the spirits to bless him. Then the princess's brother vowed to bring even greater prosperity to the great forest. Everyone was happy to welcome Mr. Hayes. Such a thing had not happened in the 10 years he had been the head of the elves. On the contrary, he had made the forest richer by reducing the amount of logging. He gave more power to the elves who were energized by nature. But during that year, the forest suffered greatly. The forest was dying faster than in the last era. Then the elven people said that a leader whom the forest did not love was no good for them. The princess's brother could not believe this and exclaimed that there must be some other reason. He believed that the forest loved him. As insignificant as it seemed, Hayes was sure it had had a great impact. Then he was asked if he had heard that story about the elven hero. At the time, Hayes had not heard of that story yet. He was told that there was a man who was excluded from the hero's group. And that's when it came to Hayes' mind. He had met the hero a few years ago, but he hadn't met the man named Aryak because he had already separated from them then. The hero kept talking about some useless and worthless man. Because the hero had treated him like that, he was taking revenge on him and his surroundings with his evil power. Then the princess's brother thought that Aryak was the disaster. Earlier, the Aryak had asked him not to avert his gaze. He had to judge with his eyes with his ears, and not by what people said. His younger sister also kept proving that the Aryak was not a disaster and asked his brother to listen to her. Hayes began to allow for the thought that he might have been wrong. As Hayes and his troop were traveling on horseback, a strong wind picked up behind them, and Hayes turned back. Colette told her master that it had been a week already. Earlier he had said that time would tell, but it had been a week. The princess apologized to the Colette. But even while they were here, the forest continued to die. That proved their innocence. Colette replied that she felt very good, for the princess was released after just one day. This elf chieftain clearly had a sister complex. The girl replied that Hayes' brother was older than her, so he treated her more like a child than a little sister. He was strict with himself and others, so he was often misunderstood. He showed his love for the forest more than anyone else. As long as the forest was not dying, her brother meant no harm to anyone. Their conversation was interrupted by the hero, and said that everything was fine. Apparently, her brother Hayes had already started to notice things. Now just he didn't have that illusion, he could see everything with his own eyes, and realize that he himself had created the myth of the catastrophe as the leader of the elves. Right now, the Aryak was only waiting for that. It was painful for the princess to look at him, as if Mr. Aryak was testing himself. It seemed to her as if he had become a god or a spirit and appeared before them. Suddenly the heroes heard some suspicious sound and raised their heads upwards. The princess did not realize what the sound was, but Colette thought it was a terrible rumbling. The hero, as usual, said with complete calmness that their business was bad. The forest was crumbling faster and faster, and it seemed that now was the worst time for them. As the squad and Hayes approached the village, they noticed a signal. It meant that something had happened in the village, and they had to hurry. When they arrived at the place, Hayes was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. The houses of the elves were destroyed and buried under the ground with broken trees. While the princess' brother was trying to figure out what was going on, one of the elven women ran up to him. She explained that a mudslide had come down the mountain in the village, and it had swallowed several houses. Hayes wanted to make sure everyone was in one piece and asked the girl a question. The elfess replied that they were looking into it, but there weren't enough people and everyone was in a panic. The elf looked around confused and asked where his sister Sulphur was. The girl replied that she hadn't seen her anywhere. Her brother suggested that a mudslide might have covered her and ordered her to be found as soon as possible. One of the locals ran up to the princess's brother and exclaimed that her child was in the mud. He was only a child, so she asked him to be rescued. One of the elderly elves said that they would definitely save him because the forest loved elves. One of the local boys called out to the headman. The young man said that the ground was loose and a second wave was possible. They had to escape quickly. Hayes could hear the locals talking. Some of them thought it was necessary to rescue those under the mud flow first, but they couldn't help, even if everyone was involved. Surely the spirit of the forest must have been angry with them, for this had never happened before. Hayes began to blame himself for everything, because he wasn't loved by the spirits of the forest, and because he was a bad chief. He remembered again the words that Aryak had said to him. He had to think about what was happening now, and look at everything with his own eyes. Hayes was sure that all of this was happening because of him. While he was mired in his thoughts, the boys called out to the headman. Hayes looked back at the waiting locals and remembered something. Despite being disliked by the spirits of the forest, he was still the headman of this village. His brother explained that he wouldn't abandon it, and the first thing they had to do was to rescue the villagers. It was dangerous, but they had to free the houses from under the mud. In case of a second wave, children and the elderly should be evacuated first. They didn't need to call upon the spirits right now. The elf took up the task and said that they needed to act on their own. With those thoughts in mind, he dug through the rubble and pulled out a crying infant from there. Tears came from Hayes' eyes. The elf hugged the infant with faith that they would find a way out of this situation. One of the locals shouted that a second wave had hit them and asked to be rescued. Hayes turned around with his baby in his arms and saw the mudslide coming straight for him. He didn't expect the second wave to hit so soon. He needed to calm down and extinguish it with a royal wind barrier. Hayes remembered that there were too many people near him, and besides, with this scale, even his magic wouldn't be able to handle it. Hayes looked back at the fleeing, frightened citizens and remembered his sister. He apologized to everyone, including Sulfur. Sulfur's brother looked up and noticed the hero in front of him. Aryak couldn't believe that he would accept it so easily. The guy stretched his arms forward and used his protective magic. A magical seal appeared under his feet. All the cells that had fallen upon them began to stop. The hero used time stasis, gravity control and shock absorption, repulsion generation, synthesis of all skills, and continuous action. All of his skills were able to stop the village. Moreover, the elves noticed that the mudslide was leaving to them. It was a true miracle. The locals were madly happy that they were saved and remained alive. Hayes handed the baby to the happy mother, who thanked for saving him. The princess brother looked back at the cell and then at the Aryak. He told the guy that he was using a continuous deployment of multiple skills, and on a fairly large scale besides. He didn't know what the Aryak was anymore. The elf heard a female voice behind him call out to his brother and looked around. It was his sister Sarah, who wanted to know what had happened here. The brother ran up to his sister to make sure she was all right. The surprised girl replied that everything was fine. The brother breathed a sigh of relief and admitted that he was glad she was. The girl looked at her brother in surprise, who had changed. Hayes was going to explain in detail later, but right now, they needed to get this mess cleaned up as soon as possible. His sister exclaimed that she would help them too. Meanwhile, a disgruntled Colette approached the master and said that it was cruel to leave her alone. Sarah was so slow that she had to carry her, so she was late. By all appearances, she had a hard time. The hero had broken out of the prison and escaped so quickly that she hadn't even realized what was happening. But in all likelihood, Aryak had already taken care of things here. Aryak replied that he was just defending himself because a cell was bearing down on him, but he didn't save anyone. The princess's brother disagreed with him and said that he had certainly saved their village. Now it was necessary to rescue the villagers from this land and sand as soon as possible, and they would declare their gratitude afterward. The princess was glad that her brother understood. The hero smiled and said he would look forward to it, but the magic they could use was also limited. The boy wanted to know how many days it would take for the weak elves to get rid of this filth. Hayes asked him to be quiet, for they were starting now. In response, the Aryak used the enhancement on all the elven residents. The residents were shocked that they could easily lift such heavy cobblestones. The hero told the princess brother that he had put the skill on everyone in this village. Now it was time for him to go. If this wasn't dealt with quickly, they would be in trouble. After all this, the people of the elves celebrated the day that Aryak had bailed them out in their time of need, and now he was their savior. All the elves clinked their glasses with each other and drank to the bottom. Colette raised her mug and cheered them on. One Aryak was not happy about all this. The villagers thought it was all pretty cool. Thanks to the Aryak's skills, their strength had increased many times over, and they had managed to avoid casualties. To them, this was a true miracle. They couldn't find the words to express their gratitude to him. The princess walked over with a pitcher of drink and thanked the hero from the bottom of her heart. Mr. Aryak was indeed a man of rare uniqueness. The hero was about to sit down with his food somewhere in a corner so as not to be in plain sight, but the princess didn't understand where he was going. At this point, Hayes came over to him and said that as an elven chieftain, he would not allow the hero savior to sit in the corner of the table. He ordered the lad to return to his seat. The lad said, but the corner of the table was where he could watch the village boys wash over his bones. Devouring the food, the Aryak asked Hayes to drop his politeness. In response, the elf pounded his fist on the table so loudly that the princess was afraid for her brother. Hayes replied that he had something he had to say to the Aryak for being disrespectful. His gaze was quite intense while Aryak looked indifferently at Hayes. Colette walked over to them and smiled. She supposed they might have listened to the leader of the proud elves. In truth, it was rare that such an opportunity ever came along. Colette jabbed a finger into Hayes' chest and asked him to admit loud and clear that he was wrong. Aryak asked Colette to stop it. The hero knew full well that apologizing to a human was quite a feat for an elf, so he asked not to bother. But in response, Hayes lowered his head so sharply that he banged it loudly on the table. Even Aryak felt a little embarrassed. To his surprise, the elf loudly apologized and admitted that he had been wrong. Without realizing his wrongness, he blamed others and was cruel. He was overconfident and misjudged the situation and almost led his men to their deaths. Hayes trusted no one, not even his beloved sister and himself. He blamed himself for not understanding everything around him and believed that his mental weakness had brought them to such a state. The hero replied that this was not the case at all. The cause of the landslide was a dangerously large accumulation of magical energy. It was caused by Hayes paying too much attention to the trees. Hayes didn't understand how such a thing could be possible. While the guy was in confinement, he learned a lot of things from Sulfur. A few years ago, he had stopped cutting trees for good. Hayes confirmed that they hadn't cut trees or thinned the forest for several years in a row, but it seemed to him that they wouldn't need to do that anymore. Every tree in the elven forest had to be carefully cared for. They stopped thinning the trees, and there were too many of them, and the magical energy began to build up. It was hard for sunlight to penetrate through the tree crowns in such a dense forest. The excess stagnant energy was superimposed on the recent heavy downpour, causing this result. The hero confirmed that perhaps the downpour was also due to magic. As a chief, he should have realized how important it was to take care of the forest. The hero didn't understand why they stopped doing it. Hayes answered that a few years ago, there was an order to stop cutting down trees. The guy did not understand who could give such an irresponsible order. It turned out that it was all the fault of a hero named Vivia. Even then, this struggle with the consequences that magic caused had become a real headache for him. And so a few traveling warriors passed through their forest. Vivia asked how long they would be doing this ancient nonsense. According to him, the elves were getting energy from the trees, so they could stop finally chopping them down. Vivia grinned and said he wouldn't charge much for that advice. Since the hero himself was talking about it, Hayes decided to give it a try, but he had his doubts. Really stopping cutting down trees, they began to feel their power increase. Now he realized that it was only a temporary effect, but when they noticed it, the withering had already begun. Colette was furious at such a stupid warrior who had advised them to do that. Hayes replied that he too was to blame for their inability to determine the cause. He was inexperienced and thought that this way they would open a new path. Aryak grabbed his head and said that if he had been with them from the beginning, this wouldn't have happened. Even if it was something else, he should have realized it. The hero believed that he was the one to blame for what had happened, and he was truly remorseful to them. Hayes didn't understand at all what he meant by that. Hayes didn't understand why he was apologizing for the group that kicked him out of the squad. He used to think that only those who were stripped of their pride asked for forgiveness. Hayes sat down in front of the Aryak and said that there was both pride and nobility in his apology. He thought that the Aryak was a true sage and thanked him that they would now take care of the forest again. This forest would have a new life henceforth, and Haisa had a new life. The princess tearfully promised the hero that she would open his fan club and asked him to stay in their village. Her brother didn't understand what Sarah was talking about and explained that it was time for the Aryak to hit the road today. Colette promised that she would help him, but the hero asked her not to be a prima donna. Hayes said that as soon as the situation settled down, he would report it to the government. The deeds and words of the warriors serving the state cast a shadow of responsibility on the state itself. It would be good for the state to make it clear to its warriors, who were not taking it seriously enough. Hero was in complete agreement with Hayes. Hayes was also going to report to them the heroism of the Aryak and his contribution. The hero turned pale and asked not to. The brother looked reproachfully at his sister and asked how much longer she could sour. The princess couldn't hold back her tears. She looked pitifully at Aryak, about to say something to him. Aryak stared at the princess in surprise. The boy smiled and said it was her bravery and determination that saved them. Colette said that if it hadn't been for her, they wouldn't have lasted a week in prison. Her people could be at ease, for she was there for them. Guy asked to continue to lead them as a talented leader. Aryak thought that the next time they met she would already be a wise, ruling elf princess. The princess agreed with him and thanked them for their help. She smiled and wished Colette and Aryak a happy journey. The whole village saw off the carriage with Aryak. Somewhere in a town called Lakshmi, a short girl was standing and looking at an advertisement. She saw an advertisement that they were looking for a warrior to join the hero's squad. Then she assumed that this was her chance to help these brave men who were called heroes. One beautiful sunny day, Alicia woke up and pulled her arms up. She enjoyed traveling alone, but there was only one thing missing. She looked at the doll in the form of a hero. She was sorry he wasn't around. The girl clutched the doll to her chest and said that would be the best thing to do right now. Fenrir said that she had tried to tempt him with a trip, but traveling alone was rather boring. The girl remembered that from now on this journey was not one person, but a person with an animal. Fenrir asked if she had found any traces of the man. The girl replied that her radar had already reacted to the Aryak, and yet he had disappeared. She sensed traces of a greater impersonal force, similar to Fenrir. The Fenrir guessed it was a dragon, but that was inaccurate. Alicia asked the Fenrir a question. She thought they were moving in the right direction and suggested that Miss Fenrir move. Fenrir replied that she was being rather harsh on the wolves. Meanwhile, Vivia squeezed the paper in his hands and decided he was being played a joke on. Apparently, these people were not going to join their group. They had even rented a room at the hotel to interview new squad members, but not a single person had come to see them today. Vivia wanted to know if his subordinates had chosen the right personnel. Tyria explained that they had interviewed a few people, but not many. Vivia explained that they were useless and low-level. The guys from the kingdom said they wouldn't return the holy sword unless he completed the quest rank D. D rank was easy for him, but if he wanted to take Alicia's place, he needed a healer of a certain level. There were also rumors of the confiscation of the sacred sword. And to be honest, the number of applications wasn't very high. Vivia asked Elgar not to be picky. It wasn't how he made his flyers. The new guy they hired the other day wasn't good. Vivia compromised with him, because he was average any way you looked at it. Vivia also said they didn't need men and ordered that to be included in the job description. At this time, a dark-haired young guy walked into their room. It turned out to be their porter named Bathsheba. He told Vivia that he had finished packing. Vivia praised the newcomer for a good job. Bathsheba apologized before asking something. Earlier, Vivia had talked about how he did not want only men in his squad. He was a male, and perhaps he was not suitable to participate. Tyria smiled and said that they needed a bashta in their home, really for chores. Elgar supported her and said they needed him. They couldn't afford to lose another person, and Vivia was in a bad mood. Naturally, Elgar thought about it, just not out loud. Vivia had told the Bushido that the last porter was completely useless, so he could not worry about it, for he was far better than he was. He was already better in that he didn't talk back. Vivia didn't understand where the pupra had gone. She had been acting pretty good lately. Just at that moment, they heard Pupera screaming in the corridor. The girl asked not to be followed, but someone's male voice said that she was clearly alone. As the Pupera had already said, she was not alone at all. If he wanted to pick up a girl so badly, he could have looked elsewhere. Tyria asked the girl where she was. It turned out that more than one young man had come with her. He assumed that Tyria was her beautiful friend. Vivia assumed they were potential newcomers and praised the Pupra for her work. Pupera frowned and said it wasn't like that. The boys recognized the young man as Vivian Brave. They couldn't believe their eyes that it was really him. Vivia asked not to be so giddy, so he knew that the guys in front of them were real. Vivia explained that he was indeed a great hero, Vivia the Brave. The guys heard that he was the dumb Vivia hero who had his sacred sword confiscated. They already knew about him abandoning his comrades in the cursed cave and running away. The guys laughed and said that it wasn't good. The great wise princess would surely refuse him. Vivia was about to kill these guys, but Elder grabbed the guy by the shoulders. Elder asked him not to make a scene with the civilians and to calm down. Vivia was shocked when he heard about the Aryak, who was called Awesome. Pupera didn't understand why Aryaki's name was appearing there. One of the guys said that there was a big offensive in Medicine City the other day. They were talking about the clearing of the demon forest by the royal knights and adventurers. The other guy said that it was just a state fiction. In reality, the royal knights were destroyed by the monsters of the demon forest, and the adventurers surrendered, but then Aryak appeared. He managed to unite 100 adventurers and destroy 10 times as many monsters, and the boss was the Ogre King. He had a rather unusual power. Vivia could not believe that the Ogre King was there, for surely the Aryak could not have stood up to him. The boys explained that they had fought the Aryak in that city. They were in the rear, so they hardly saw the Aryak on the front lines. Vivia gritted his teeth in anger when the guys talked about the Aryak. The fact that they had the chance to fight alongside an Aryak was a great honor. They never thought they would meet a mad hero who would chase away a true hero. Vivia ordered the boys out of here and slammed the door behind them. Vivia thought they were just village idiots who were making things up. Pupera grinned and suggested that they should have apologized to the Aryak after all. Vivia obviously didn't hear her words. Tyria didn't understand what she was saying either. Pupera said that they had just heard about the Aryak. Last time, they were almost destroyed in the cursed cave because there was no Aryak. Alicia was the only one who believed in it. Pupera thought it was a unique skill of the Aryak. Vivia grabbed Pupera by her clothes. He didn't know what she believed, but there was no way she would be stupid enough to apologize to an Aryak. Vivia yelled at her and told her to never speak of it again. With those words, he threw the girl to the floor with disdain, and the girl's back hit the wall. Pupera clearly thought it was more profitable to hear convenient stories about Aryaki to flatter him. If she wanted to apologize so much, she could go alone. Pupera replied that they could never travel without her. Bishuta hoped she was alright. The girl asked not to worry about it, as she wouldn't be leaving this group. Tyria smiled and reminded her that they were all friends. Pupera lowered her gaze strangely and said that they hadn't gotten even with them yet. Bishuta looked questioningly at Miss Pupera, not sure what she meant. Vivia thought the rednecks had come back to them and grabbed the doorknob. He thought it was necessary to hurt them once to make them understand. But when an angry Vivia opened the door, he saw far from the rednecks there. In front of them stood a short girl with a staff in her hand, who was happy to see the hero. She said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Apparently Vivia was not very happy to see Lorelei here. Lorelei was thrilled to see all the guys here, and said it had been quite some time. Elder smiled and said that after all this time she looked good. Lorelei said that she had just returned from a long hike. She heard that their group was here and came to say hello to them. A dark-haired young man introduced himself as a Bishuta porter. Lorelei realized that he was a new member of their party. The girl's name was Lorelei Canaria. She was a recovering artist who had been living in the hero's company until now. During a difficult quest against a hippogriff, the hero needed an extra recovery mage, so she temporarily joined him. She noticed that there was no Aryak on their team, nor was there a saint. Tyria lied that they were currently away for various reasons. That's why they were looking for someone to fill that spot. Vivia didn't care how much less people they had. It wouldn't affect the fact that he was strong. Lorelei excitedly called him her hero. She still thought of him every night. The hero who had cut down the mighty enemy hippopotamus with a single stroke of his sacred sword. It was truly a marvelous sight. Vivia blushed with joy and said that it was truly marvelous. The girl remembered that the beautiful fist work of Tyria's sister, who had knocked out so many ogres in an instant, was also good. Tyria accepted her flattering words happily and twirled her lock of hair with her finger. Lorelei also said that the ogre's iron defense did not succumb to the onslaught of the enemy, and they also had various magical attacks of the Pup era. Pup era told Lorelei that she apparently had a pretty good sense of magic. The girl replied that the time she had spent with them had been truly a miracle, and in addition to greeting them, she would like to say a few more words about them. She learned that the honored heroes were looking for new members, and if they had any openings left, she wondered if they might consider her as a candidate. The group unanimously said they were recruiting her. Vivia embellished and said they were going to choose from dozens of candidates, but Lorelei was the best choice. Lorelei wanted to make sure they were really sure about that, and admitted that she was honored to have been chosen out of a dozen. The girl was insanely happy to be with her brave friend again. Vivia smirked and said that was what true heroes were made up of. Tyria clutched her flushed cheeks and said that was true, but it was nothing compared to one failure. Surely the Pupra must have also remembered what they had done in their path so far. The girl smiled and said she wished she could go back to those glorious days. Vivia exclaimed that she could do that. He said that they would complete this task and get the holy sword back. Then everything would go back to normal. Vivia raised his fist up and said that they were all here now and suggested they begin their mission. Soon their group reached the forest of Edcock. The point was to kill the wyverns. Bishuto said that their goal this time was to destroy the wyverns that had taken up residence in the forest lake. Vivia didn't think it was worth it. They were going so deep into the forest for a simple battle with a wyvern. According to the Bishut, the Edcock Lake was an important gathering place for low-level monsters, serving as hunting grounds for new adventurers. Therefore, this time the quest was to destroy the wyverns that had become parasites in the hunting grounds. It was very hot right now, and Vivia was sticky with sweat. Plus, there were a lot of bugs in the area. That was why they hated the forest. The boy asked the Pupra to do something about it with his magic. Lorelei said she burned incense to repel the insects, but it only attracted them. Bishuto sensed these incense that hovered in the air and turned pale. The disgruntled Vivian said that he would finish this quest as fast as he could. The girl asked not to worry and said that the wyverns were easy. She remembered the beautiful gleam of the holy sword. As soon as she remembered it, she asked the wyvern why he didn't have the holy sword with him. At that moment, the guy stopped and ordered everyone to stand. Pupera didn't understand what was wrong, since there was nothing here. Vivia said he was a little wary. As they were talking, a huge clawed monster came out of the bushes, waiting to ambush the guys. Lorelei explained that it was a manticore. Vivia couldn't believe his eyes, for it was a ranked TS monster, and it couldn't compare to an ES-class hero. With those words, a satisfied Vivia proceeded to attack. Lorelei asked him to be careful, for the manticore's tail was poisonous. As soon as she said that, the monster's tail cut the clothes on the guy's shoulder and left a wound. The terrified Vivia looked at his wound and said that it was indeed poisonous. The group told him it was just a scratch. They didn't understand why he couldn't kill him with one blow. Elgar used his shield to deflect the attacks. Tyria smiled and said she had done the coup de grace. But her confidence evaporated abruptly when the monster flew past her, paying no attention to the girl. The manticore slammed its clawed paw into the Elgar's shield, which barely held back its onslaught. Tyria explained that they were surprisingly fast. Pupera suggested that a lousy marksman like Tyria had better aim. Tyria didn't understand how the Pupera had such audacity to talk about her. Pupera shouted at the girl and said that she couldn't avoid the attack. During their argument, the Elder asked someone for help. At this time, a confused Lorelei stood aside and thought that they just needed help. While they were arguing, a huge monster was about to attack the girls from the back. Lorelei asked everyone to get on the ground and pointed her staff at the enemy. While Lorelei froze the enemy for a while, Pupera threw a fireball at him. Vivia was angry at the Pupera for taking her time and asked Lorelei to cure him of the poison quickly. Vivia didn't understand why the Lorelei was hesitating and doing nothing. The girl sadly replied that heroes were supposed to be AS rank adventurers who could even defeat a hippo. The manticore was a TS rank monster, even clearly weaker. In other words, against a single manticore, they needed all the team members to win. Such a reality shocked the Lorelei. She didn't understand why their group was experiencing such difficulties. This question took their group by surprise. Lorelei was confused and didn't understand why the group of heroes were so tense. After all, they only had to fight one single low-level manticore. Vivia lied that their group wasn't feeling well. Besides, this was their first mission as a refreshed group. Vivia looked questioningly at his boys and said that this made all the difference. Tyria and Elgar seconded his words. In short, they were feeling better now, but the girl somehow had little faith in him. Suddenly Vivia turned around and noticed that the Pupera was going somewhere. He stopped her and asked her where she was going. The girl hesitated to answer and then said that she had a stomach ache. In the end, she was not allowed to go anywhere but was forced to go first. Pupera stubbed her toes and didn't understand why she had to go first. Vivia explained that she was just trying to sneak away from them. Tyria backed him up and said that only cowards sneak away from the battlefield alone. But Pupera hinted that it was not for them to say that. They decided to use her as bait again. Pupera was already wishing she had run away from them sooner. Vivia ordered her to stop ruining their reputation. Lorelei looked questioningly at Elgar and asked for more details about the bait. Elgar waved it off and replied that there was nothing to it, so she could forget about it. Bishuda also decided to answer the Lorelei that there was nothing wrong there. But if there was nothing wrong there, then she was glad for it. Bishuda was shocked that this girl actually believed it. Lorelei believed their words, for she believed real heroes. Bishuda didn't understand how she had made her way into the adventurers in the first place with such naivety. Vivia, meanwhile, was urging Pupera to call it a day and move forward. Pupera explained that she was in pain as Vivia pushed her in the back. The group of heroes didn't realize what was happening. At some point, their bodies started itching. Vivia was on edge and didn't realize what was going on. Bishudo began to guess. The incense that served to repel insects had run out. It looked like there was nothing to repel them now. They were attracting the attention of black flies. Black flies sucked magic energy out of people like mosquitoes, and their bites were very itchy. Waving the bugs away, Vivia ordered him to hurry up and open the next incense. He didn't understand why the Bishudo wasn't doing anything. But the boy replied that they didn't have any more incense. In the forest dungeons, incense from insects, it's a thing of necessity. Vivia was furious that the Bishudo didn't bring any spare ones with him. But earlier, Vivia himself had told Bishudo about it. The hero thought that they would clear out quickly, so he ordered them not to take many things. Vivia explained that he still needed to take at least a couple things with him as a reserve. It was the porter's direct duty. But the Bishudo said that as a newcomer to the team, he had no right to disobey the commander's order. Tyria told the Bishudo that he was just making excuses and compared him to an Aryak. In her opinion, the Aryak always took enough supplies with them, and there had never yet been a situation where they faced a shortage of supplies. Bishudo couldn't believe it. He thought it was simply impossible and unheard of. Vivia wrinkled his face and said that because of the Aryak, it happened all the time. The amount of stuff they could carry with them was limited. A little overloading or underweighting was common on hikes, and Bishudo had never heard of a single super cool porter who never had a problem with not having enough of anything. Lorelei pondered and admitted that she hadn't heard of any such cool porters. Shortages of vital items are an essential part of long journeys, and that's why the group leader and the porter always prepare very carefully for the trek, because the success of the outing for the whole group depends on it. When everything is already ready, the leader of the group evaluates the quantity and quality of the collected items depending on the condition of the participants and the difficulty of the task. Of course, in Lorelei's opinion, their leader as an experienced hero had done that last time too. If they never had a shortage of supplies, she didn't understand why this particular time it was so. Vivia became nervous and hesitated to answer. He explained that, after all, on rare occasions, it happens. Vivia reasoned that whatever gnats were there weren't a big deal. They were just a minor nuisance to them. If that was really the case, then she was very glad, but now she was a little worried. Then what was the reason for their poor health? To this, apparently their group could not answer anything. Vivia only gritted his teeth trying to find the reason. Vivia explained that it was nothing special, and she had nothing to worry about. In that case, Lorelei wanted to apologize to them and say one more thing. She held out some insect-repellent incense to them. She set some aside for herself to use later for her own personal use. Vivia lied as usual and explained that they didn't need it. But the whole group was fine with taking them, and thanked the Lorelei. Tyria said with tears in her eyes that it was no longer tolerable. Pupera explained that their team was lucky that the Lorelei went along with them. Bishudo smiled at the girl and said she was their savior. He would be more careful with things from now on. Vivia was furious that no one had heard him. The girls laughed and offered to let the one who wasn't afraid of small insects go ahead. Since no one listened to Vivia, Vivia pretended to let them take the incense. After a while, their group encountered a wyvern in the field. While the monster was lying on the ground, their group carefully hid in the bushes nearby. Bishudo said it was probably her. Lorelei thought that was great, because now they just had to think of a plan. Lorelei looked at the other guys and asked if they were really going to go like that. Not understanding anything, Vivia looked at the girl. Vivia asked Lorelei not to be such a coward. After all, he is like a daddy. He will handle all of this in no time. Tyria smiled and said that this time she will use all her skills on him. Pupera supported them and said that whoever attacks first always has the advantage. Elders said that they had a little talk about the plans before coming here, so they would be fine. Vivia smiled and motioned for them to go. Lorelei disagreed with them after all and asked the group to stop. She said that the group was doing everything completely wrong. Vivia, along with the rest of them, were completely clueless as to what she meant. The girl bent her finger up and said that one of the rules of any adventurer was to always expect the unexpected. Discussing who would attack and in what order was just a basic part of such sorties. They hadn't even outlined any plan. The details of the terrain they didn't know. They didn't keep track of the weather either. They should have also considered the physical condition of the group members. There was really only one wyvern out there, but other monsters could show up along with it. They were forgetting about castling in case they had to fight a lot more opponents if it suddenly decided to call in its buddies. They hadn't thought through too much yet. But in Vivia's memory, if there had been all sorts of unexpected moments, it had been a small thing. In that case, the girl didn't understand why they had decided to ignore making a detailed plan of attack this time. In the past, they always had a well-thought-out strategy that they clearly adhered to. But none of the squad members remembered such a thing. Lorelei surprised everyone and said that she had already thought of everything. One of the rules of all adventurers: learn how to properly utilize their unique talents, and then they could survive. She asked for permission to tell the group everything. The quest was not a place where it would be easy to perform various maneuvers and show their talents. So here much depended on the right tactics of the team: attack, defense, and support. If one adhered to these tactics, one could put on quite a show. In other words, she was saying that tactics were more important than their own strength. Vivia thought she was trying to belittle his heroic skills, but that wasn't the case at all. The girl replied that it was just speculation. She just thought that the reason why their greatest heroes were so appreciated was precisely because of their amazingly precise battle tactics. She didn't understand why right now they had decided to act on the situation without sticking to any plan. This was quite unusual for them. This was the first time their group had heard that heroes were valued because of their battle tactics. Lorelei didn't think so and asked to remember the battle with the hippopotamus. Even Bushido knew about it. To him, it was the best thing he had ever seen. The hippo was said to be vulnerable to the cold, but when cornered, it could change shape and with it its weak points. However, the moment it changed its shape, the heroes used all the auxiliary magic, and then the hippo's attack characteristics were greatly reduced. It was a real battle based on analysis and observation. It was at this point that Vivia remembered Aryak. He ordered everyone to listen and said that ice attacks were not going to work on him, and they needed another plan. Earlier, Vivia had said they would attack with ice. Pupera found himself at a loss. Vivia smirked and suggested they hurry up. No sooner had the Pupera prepared for battle than they had to change their tactics. Previously, when they fought monsters, defense magic was used by Alicia. Pupera felt that even for her it was unnecessary. Just as mentioned in the book they had read, the enemy would make varied attacks in a chaotic pattern. Then Aryak said that it was Alicia who put up the defense pentagram in time. Tyria and Lorelei had to go in 12 seconds. Elder would be the next to attack, and most likely he would use magic. Aryak always supported the heroes behind their backs while they fought, but Vivia refused to believe it. He believed that Aryak never dealt a single blow to the monsters, and he was fighting at the time. Vivia believed that the Aryak was just useless, but at the time, it was the Aryak who was in charge of preparing all the expeditions. In addition, Lorelei said that it was Aryak who explained the operation to them, and when they had already arrived at the location throughout the battle, he periodically cheered up the group members and gave them advice. Vivia couldn't stand it any longer and said that Aryak was no longer with them. It was a truth that could no longer be hidden. But Vivia didn't think that because of his departure, a great heroic team could suddenly become a useless substance. Lorelei thought that Aryak had left the group because his group sucked one spot and was a total sucker. Such words their team obviously didn't expect from such a girl. Lorelei didn't even realize she had said it out loud. Ogre glanced at their Vivian leader, who hung his head and shuddered. Unable to take the pressure any longer, the Vivia cried and screamed at the top of his voice. His screams frightened the boys. It was as if the hero had gone mad. He fell to his knees and started beating his fists on the ground, screaming. Lorelei reminded them that even the newcomers did not allow themselves to get emotional in the presence of the enemy. Tyria asked Lorelei to knock it off, for he was no longer on his feet. Ogre patted Vivia on the back and told him to knock it off with the Lorelei. He assured Vivia that he did a good job. At this point, the Pupera couldn't take it anymore and laughed to tears. She couldn't believe that he was bursting into tears like a woman because some girl had mixed him with mud, and now he was being cheered up by the whole group. Pupera thought that Vivia was a worthless hero and only whined in front of everyone on his knees. She thought he got what he deserved, and he shouldn't have thrown her in the grotto. The boy hammered his fists into the ground even harder, unable to hold back the tears. Ogre didn't realize how long they could keep this up and asked for it to stop. Tyria was in agreement with Ogre and ordered the loser to stop it. Pupera felt that Tyria also needed to take a look at herself. She thought Tyria and the others were nothing and exclaimed that they shouldn't have left her. The group didn't realize how long she would remember this. Tyria admitted that the Pupera always annoyed her. During their argument, Bishudo exclaimed that he was fed up with it all and it was impossible to work with them. The guy couldn't stand it and sent their group far away, saying he was going home. Now they could do what they wanted, because he didn't care about anything. Bishudo couldn't waste another minute with such a worthless group. Ogre told the boys that if he left, there would be rumors about them again. The disgruntled Tyria cursed and said she would follow him. Lorelei couldn't believe that they would break up again right on the mission. Ogre ordered the girl to be quiet, for they were busy right now. Lorelei was hurt. She hoped that at least Pupera would support her. The Pupera kept laughing and told her they would have to use the hero as bait. Lorelei looked hopefully at Lord Vivia and assumed he could defeat the wyvern after all. In tears, Vivia mumbled something to himself. Lorelei shook the hero by the shoulders and ordered him to pull himself together. Through tears, the hero hissed that they should have apologized to him first. The girl understood and said she was giving up. She couldn't believe that each of them had turned out to be so selfish. Right in Vivia's eyes, Lorelei said that this group was not worthy to be called a hero group. Vivia was so out of his mind that he screamed throughout the forest. His screams terrified the entire team. Choking on his own saliva, the guy ordered them not to look at him that way, because he was a hero. He was going to remind them of all this and ordered them not to dare laugh at him. Grabbing his sword, Vivia shouted that anyone who mocked his group, he would personally kill. The blade of the sword along with Vivia began to glow with a violent flash of light. This powerful flash traveled high into the sky. Pupera recognized this technique and explained that Vivia was going to use the last sentence. Lorelei didn't know what it was and asked the girl a question. Ogre explained that it was a hero's ultimatum ability that required half of his mana reserves to use. Even without buffs, this strike could wipe out everything around them, including the wyvern in them. Lorelei wailed that this forest was a valuable resource of their kingdom, and if he did this, it would be very bad. At that moment, a large wyvern flew over their heads. The wyvern spotted its target and let out a loud roar before attacking. Lorelei shouted that the wyvern was right above them. She asked them to leave Lord Vivia behind and prepare to attack. The pup era thought they were screwed, but Elgar didn't think they meant it. Eventually, the Pupra along with Elgar decided to run away and left the shocked Lorelei behind. At the same time, Vivia was going crazy and gathering his strength for his final sentence. Lorelei didn't understand at all how this could be called a hero's group. After this incident, their entire group went to jail. Vivia had yelled profanities and ordered them to let him out. He didn't understand how people could treat a hero like that. The soldier ordered the criminal to be quiet, but Vivia didn't understand how he dared to call him that. He recalled that earlier they had been ordered to get rid of the wyverns. Not only had they not thanked them, they had just thrown them behind bars. But the man didn't understand what they had to thank them for. The lake in the Edcock Forest was the most important resource of the kingdom, and they had destroyed it to defeat a single wyvern. Travelers walked through those places every day, and it was a miracle that they had no casualties. Otherwise, they would have been tried for murder. Also, the man had heard that they were constantly abandoning their comrades. They had to reflect on their actions while they awaited trial. Vivia burned with anger, but then decided to call it a day. Lorelei, that sat behind Vivia, apologized to the guard and said that she had stopped him. Vivia and the soldier didn't understand what she was saying. In the first place, the girl wanted to claim that she had nothing to do with the destruction of the forest, and in general, it was trying to minimize the damage this hero wanted to cause. And if it wasn't for her sacrifice, the situation would have been much more dire. Vivia called the girl a real rat, because this way she probably wanted to slip out of here. The soldier looked at her papers and agreed that she was not a member of the group. Vivia asked him to wait and said that she had just come to them today and he had not had time to process her. The girl smiled and said that she did not know them at all. Vivia was furious and tried to stop the Lorelei. The Lorelei finished by saying that they should be ashamed, for they should not have abandoned their comrades to save their own skins. The boys rewarded her with a hate-filled, sizzling look. Pupera wept and said pitifully to the guards that she too had risked her life to stop the hero. Tyria also wet her eyes and said the same thing, but the hero was too strong and all she could do was minimize the damage. Elgar explained that they tried to and asked Bishudo to confirm it. Bishudo seconded their words. Vivia didn't understand what they were doing or what had gotten into his group. If the soldier understood correctly, they had all been hurt because they were trying to stop the hero, so only Vivia should have been imprisoned. Vivia was shocked at how deceitful his team had been. They were shining with rays of happiness like that. Vivia could only wish them the worst. All things considered, only the hero should have been held responsible for what had happened. Tyria suggested that their former leader just meekly accept it. They also promised that they would wait for him to come out. Pupera felt that he should have thought about his behavior now. Bishudo said goodbye to the Vivia without any regret. Lorelei smiled at Lord Vivia and bid him goodbye until we meet again soon. Vivia screamed that he would never forget this, insulting the crew with horrible words. Bishudo said goodbye. A hooded figure suddenly appeared from the dark corridor and asked what reason they were making such a ruckus. The man could hear them still on the other side of the door. When the soldier turned around and saw the man in front of him, he bowed low to him and apologized, for he had to meet him. The hooded man said that he shouldn't have apologized. Judging from Vivian's frightened face, he knew the man. In front of him stood a chancellor named Verdo. Verdo smiled and said that he was pleased to meet the hero party, despite the fact that their acquaintance was under not the most favorable circumstances. The girls were shocked that the chancellor of the kingdom named Verdo himself was here. They didn't understand what he was doing here. The man greeted them and said that he just had business nearby. Apparently their imprisonment was one big mistake and ordered the guard to let them out immediately. The guard couldn't believe his ears and looked at the Chancellor in horror. The soldier told the Chancellor that the investigation wasn't over yet and asked to at least keep the hero, but the Chancellor thought he must have heard him and ordered their release. His gaze changed dramatically as he looked at the guards. Verdo ordered their immediate release, and the guard obeyed his orders. His shout made even the hero group uncomfortable. The Chancellor wanted to speak to the Vivian that was the hero chosen by the sacred sword. With a strange smile, he looked at Vivia and said that he wanted to discuss something with him. Vivia looked questioningly at the Chancellor. Verdo wanted to speak with him privately and offered to join him for lunch. Vivia gladly agreed and told him that this city was famous for its cuisine. Verdo laughed and confirmed his words. Moreover, he had prepared a banquet for their entire group. Vivia's group was already waiting for the royal palace. Meanwhile, Aryak and his company had reached the city of Alden. The city of Alden turned out to be quite large and crowded. There were some very beautiful buildings here. Colette, with a wide smile on her face, looked around and marveled. The girl exclaimed that there was real beauty here. Before she knew it, a large stream of water poured directly onto the Aryak. Colette looked worriedly at the master, who didn't even blink an eye. The older woman looked at the guy sympathetically and apologized for it. She was just watering the flowers and got a little carried away. The hero replied that there was nothing wrong here. Colette exclaimed that it sucked and thought the hero needed to dry off faster. The guy took a towel in his hand and wiped his face. Wiping himself with the towel, the hero said that they had just arrived, and that was clearly not a good sign. For some reason, he had a bad feeling about this. He hoped that nothing had happened to Vivia. Walking through the clean streets decorated with beautiful flowers, Colette couldn't find her place. Aryak looked around and admitted that the place was too clean, but Colette didn't think that was a bad thing. The hero replied that it wasn't always a good thing. He wondered where they put all the trash. With these musings, he turned his attention to a dark alley where a suspicious man was walking by. The man quickly opened the door and entered the building. Aryak kept his eyes on him, and Colette noticed that something was wrong with the master. Colette offered to look at this pile of people. It looked like they were meeting someone. The crowd of people almost knocked the boys over as they greeted Lord Henry. An agitated Colette explained that they were being carried away in the flood of people. Aryak silently and deftly jumped out of the crowd. The hero jumped out just in the direction of a white horse on which sat a young man with long hair. The handsome man took one look at the lad and assumed they were travelers. With a smirk on his face, he asked the Aryak why they had attracted the attention of Henry Gross himself. The hero replied that they had not done it on purpose. Then the man on the horse raised his head upwards and apologized for not having time to mess with commoners. He assumed that the travelers had come to their lovely city to hear him speak. That was rather noble of him. Today, he would be speaking about their new laws in the square. He was going to talk to the people about the wonderful laws that kept this city beautiful. It seemed to the Lord that he and the hero had met somewhere, or so he thought. But it didn't matter now. He led his horse forward and asked the people to listen carefully to his speech. Colette was not fond of Henry and asked who he was. Aryak was even curious. He smiled and invited Colette to listen to their new law. The Lord turned to his dear citizens and said that he wished to express his sincere gratitude. They had worked tirelessly for the good of their city, and he was proud to have such outcast subjects. All the people were in awe of Lord Henry, who spoke for them from the bottom of his heart. Everyone thought he was simply incredible, except for Colette and Aryak. Colette didn't like that the crowd was too noisy, but the hero didn't expect anything else from young ladies in the company of a smarmy lord. Colette admitted that she would have gladly fried him to a crisp, but the lad asked to do without. Colette said she would never have laid eyes on any lord when a master was around. It looked like Henry was done warming up. The lord said there was a threat to their lovely city. They had tax evaders that prevented the state from taking full care of them. And the most dangerous of them all were the beastmen. Thanks to their inhuman strength and their beastly nature, they had no problem ignoring their laws and regulations. But their people could have no fear, for they would protect everyone from their dishonorable deeds. The Lord explained that they would clean out their slums and declared a persecution of every non-paying beastmaster. The people revolted against the beastmen and said that they would not allow them to do as they pleased. They blessed Lord Henry and asked him to save them from the wicked. Aryak felt that there was an unhealthy attitude toward beastmen in his town. Colette said that if she had a cat wife, she would be beyond angry. Now the Lord wanted to hear objections from the people of the town. The Lord asked their first representative from the Segsta area to step forward. The insecure representative told the Lord that they had recently had an increase in thefts and asked for his help. The district head should have handled such problems himself, according to the soldiers, but there were too many cases of theft. The soldiers didn't understand how they dared to ask His Majesty for such a thing, but Henry ordered them to be quiet. He smiled and said that he wished only the best for his subjects and believed that they had no minor problems. The soldier apologized to my lord. The girls blushed at Lord Henry, who in their opinion was very noble and generous. Colette frowned and said he was a miserable poser. It was as if, other than showmanship, he had nothing else to gain the people's trust. Heinrich checked with the district head that there were many beasts living in their territory. It was obvious to him who their thieves were. He said that those damn beastmen did as they pleased, and they were obligated to get rid of them. The man sweated with excitement and said that Segasta was an industrial area. They needed the power of the beastmen to work. The Lord put his hand on the headman's shoulder and asked if he really wanted to profit from the labor of criminals. The headman exclaimed that that was absolutely not the case, and that was not what he meant. Henry said that meant they would create a city that would not rely on the labor of thieves. They would wipe out the latter once and for all. The people threw their hands up in the air and exclaimed that he was talking business. They wanted the beastmen to get the hell out of here. Still sweating with excitement, the headman agreed with Henry and said that they would get rid of the threat together. It appeared that even those who disagreed with his law were forced to obey. Aryak sensed that this situation smelled bad and told Colette. The master of the Alden Guild was to come out to Henry next. The man said that the killer of the adventurers had reappeared. 10 people had already perished at his hands this month. Everyone was horrified that it was happening again. This was the first time Colette had heard of the adventurer killer. One of the locals took one look at the boys and assumed they were among them too. He asked the travelers to be careful. One could guess that they were among the killer's targets. No one knew who the killer was, but apparently he was extremely dangerous. It was also the first time the hero had heard of the adventurer assassin and thought it sounded kinda bad. Henry explained that his last attack was over a year ago in the Temple of Purgatory. He had tried to hold him accountable to the law, but he had proved elusive. The Lord promised that he too would soon be finished. Even if he is hiding among the people, he will find him and put him behind bars. All the people supported the Lord with loud cheers. The hero thought there was something wrong here. Colette yawned tiredly and looked questioningly at the Aryak. The boy noticed that the Lord looked at him strangely and smirked. The Lord, of course, recognized the same pair of adventurers he had met earlier. He asked them to feel free to cheer along with the crowd in his honor, but the heroes clearly had no intention of doing so. One of the soldiers whispered to Lord Henry that the man in question was the very Aryak. As soon as the Lord heard this, he loudly and mockingly said it out loud. Henry told the people that this was the same Aryak who had been kicked out of the group. The people immediately began to discuss this heatedly amongst themselves. They started laughing and saying that the Aryak was a useless brat. Heinrich smirked and asked them not to be rude. They were often visited by former members of the heroes group, so he offered to give them a tour of the city. Colette and the Aryak looked at the Lord grimly. Meanwhile, the people were rejoicing that their Lord Henry was showing mercy even to ragamuffins. Colette explained that she and her master were fine as they were. But the heroes said that if it was his order, then he shouldn't have been crossed. Besides, the Aryak was very curious to know where the devil was taking the city's garbage. The Lord showed the heroes their beautiful monument, which was created by a famous sculptor. It fit perfectly into the city exterior. Henry asked their guests for their opinion. The Lord thought their city was truly great, and it was hard to argue with that. Colette was annoyed by the crowd of gawkers behind them, but the Lord asked her to ignore them. It happened when he was a member of the nobility. Besides, he was the most famous of them all. The Lord bowed graciously to Colette, but Colette asked to step away from her and ducked to the side. Meanwhile, the Aryak turned his attention to the poor people that dwelt in the nooks and crannies of this city. The Lord warned the young lady that there was a small step and asked permission to take her hand. The hero turned his attention to his sword, which made a rattling noise. Aryak told the Lord that his sword looked rather menacing for a man with a bunch of guards. One of the attendants explained that it was rather rude, for Master Henry was an outstanding swordsman. The Lord asked to be more calm. After all, these were just the words of a commoner. The Lord replied that the Aryak was right, and no sword could compare in greatness to it. Before he could finish, the Aryak reached out his hand to his sword and asked him to look at it. Henry's face immediately changed, and he ordered his hands away from it. He couldn't let just anyone touch his weapon. The boy smiled faintly and apologized. Aryak had something he wanted to ask the Lord. He noticed that there were hardly any beast men around the city, and assumed that they were indeed guilty of crimes. Henry explained that the answer would be obvious. Beast men were lowly scum who knew nothing but crime. Therefore, it was their civic duty to get rid of this filth on the face of the city. However, it was not that important to him. All he cared about now was the beautiful young lady, for her beauty outshone all the princesses he had seen. With these words, Henry extended his hand to the Colette. The girl almost blabbed about being a dragon. Halfway through, the hero interrupted her and said that she was a dragon lover and just adored them. Colette told the Lord that for a human, he had excellent taste. The Lord chuckled and said that she was wasting her time with a misunderstanding beside her. Henry offered to leave the man and stay with him. It would be the greatest honor on earth. Colette laughed in response. Her face changed abruptly. With a beastly murderous look, the girl looked at Henry and rudely suggested him to shut his mouth. The Lord was shocked at her words. The girl said that her master Aryak was hundreds of thousands of times better than an autocrat like him. She thought his ceiling was only simple-minded juveniles. Other than empty words and a pretty face, he had nothing to offer her. Men like him, but only patting their egos, proving to the world that they had a sword in their pants, not a toothpick. Colette smirked derisively at the Lord and hoped he bit out her words. The Lord shook with anger, and then he lost his temper. He didn't understand what this fool had that he didn't. Colette replied that if he didn't know, he was only proving her right. Hero covered his face with his hand and asked Colette not to provoke him. Colette replied that she just couldn't help herself after what he'd said about the Aryak. Just as they were arguing, a man in rags stepped out not far from the Lord. As soon as the Lord noticed him, he explained that it was an abomination. His guard realized this and called out to the bum. The guards kicked the bum, and he fell to the ground. They did not understand how he dared to get in his way when Lord Henry was walking here. The man apologized, for he did not know the Lord would be here. A disgruntled Colette explained that the Lord was overreaching. Henry smirked and said that he shouldn't have let them get away with it, and now his life was in his hands. It was the right of the nobility, and Henry had hoped it would impress Colette, but it did the opposite. The girl was seething with anger. The Lord saw that Colette still didn't understand and ordered the guards to get rid of the bum. Before they could do anything, the man picked himself up off the ground and ran away screaming. Henry scared and said that he had escaped like the truest cockroach. The Aryak had actually applied a speed boost to the man to help him. Heinrich only now remembered that he had completely forgotten about the beastman's public execution. He suggested that he and Colette could watch it together. He had already thought of a rather ingenious way to deal with these scum. The Lord was sure that in such a case my lady would understand. Colette and the Aryak had to follow the Lord to the square where the execution took place. There they saw the exhausted and beaten beast men that were handcuffed to the tables for all to see. One of the soldiers shouted that they were only cursed beast men and punched a young boy in the face with his fist. The brute was scared for her brother and called out to him. The soldier standing near her said she was not given the right to speak. Colette demanded that it all stop, but the Lord told her not to worry about them, for they would not die so easily. Colette hated to see it. She thought it was just a horrible sight. The girl shouted to the Lord that they were only mere children and demanded that they be released. The Lord laughed and exclaimed that she was a nice enough lady, but they were only objects of his law. Henry believed that lawbreakers must be punished or they would breed like rats. With these words, he approached one of the captives. Heinrich grabbed the boy's ear with all his might and promised to show vividly what awaited the likes of them. Despite his pain, the beastman exclaimed that they were only bloody aristocrats. Such words did not please the Lord at all. He kicked the captive with his knee to the stomach. The captive's sister was scared for her brother and screamed. The Lord moved away from the beastmen and ordered everyone to stone them to death. Colette couldn't believe he would kill them just for protesting. That was exactly what he wanted, and he ordered it to be done quickly. Before starting, the soldiers stretched their arms. After that, many heavy stones flew at the beastmen, but somehow they collided with the barrier. A magical seal appeared in front of the captives and served as a wall. All the stones were repelled, but the Lord didn't realize what was happening. He looked back at the Aryak and saw that it was his doing. The Lord wanted to make sure he really did it. Henry didn't understand how a stupid commoner dared to do that. Since he really was a foolish commoner, according to him, the hero didn't understand why he was so angry. Something in the Lord's mind clicked with anger. He shouted that the Aryak had gone out of his way to protect these filthy animals from him, the Lord. Apparently the Aryak had forgotten his place. The hero looked at the Lord with a scornful look and said that there was only one animal here. And now that animal was standing right in front of him with its muzzle twisted in anger. The Lord shouted at the Aryak and called it a boorish brat. He ordered the guards to take him immediately. The guards immediately ran up to the Aryak and grabbed his arms. The Lord sentenced the Aryak to death, but first he wanted to do away with the beast. He felt that now that the hero was tied up by the arms and legs, he could watch his precious beasts be beaten to death. One of the soldiers took a huge club and swung it at the frightened beast folk. Colette wanted to say something to the master, but the hero told her not to flinch. The guy saw a few blonde locks of hair and said that these beast men didn't need their help anymore. Someone's light, healing magic hit the soldier's arm painfully and destroyed his huge club. The Lord looked at the soldier who had fallen to the ground in horror and didn't understand what was wrong. For some reason, the baton exploded right in his hands. The hero knew that there was only one person capable of such barrier magic. With such a strong recoil, this person was capable of knocking down a horse. The girl that appeared in the square asked the Lord about what had happened. That girl turned out to be the great Saint Alicia. She finally caught up with her Aryak, but now she wanted to ask Sir Henry what was going on. Henry was horrified to see Alicia here, and did not understand what she was doing here.